I'll put the faders up. Hello?
Faders are live. We are live. Pew.
We're late. Whose fault's that, Greg?
I thought we were early. We're early if we still started at 8:30. So.
Okay. Hi, I'm Joey T, and this is
Mr. Dolphin.
And welcome to the Oblivion Show.
Oh yeah, that one. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm really good. Actually,
it's fucking hot, man. It is hot today.
It is really hot.
I'm cooking. I'm even taking my socks off.
You're looking a bit flush, bro. And got some sun on you as well.
Yeah, it's the weather, bro.
Yeah.
What's new? What you been doing?
Training. Being in the sun.
Same time.
Music. Hey, Stazma. Oh, Stazma's subscribed to the channel. Wow, it's about fucking time. Anyway.
Get some free amens. Give him some free
amens. Can I get an amen? Anyway, welcome to the show, everybody. We're back for a Breakcore, kind of Breakcore special today because there's fuckloads of it. Yeah, there's obviously a load of hardcore in the show as well, but mainly Breakcore, I have to admit. I tried to balance it out with the What's Hot, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, quick word from our sponsors. Oblivion Show sponsored by Hardcore Beer. Use the code Oblivion Show at checkout to get yourself a discount. Also sponsored by WeTweak. WeTweak.com. Access some free credits for members. Kapow! Propaganda done. Let's get our guest in, shall we? We welcome the beautiful Julian Stazma Jungle Christ. How you doing, bro?
How goes wild?
I'm good. And you guys?
Very good. Very good. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay on time on all the many things that I'm trying to do, which means lots of mastering videos, having kids, stuff like this. So yeah.
Yeah.
Intense.
Yeah. You already have quite the output and quite the shit going on, and now you've got a kid on the way as well. It must be difficult juggling all that stuff.
Actually, I have a second one on the way, which is even crazier.
Even more.
Wow.
More gear, more kids. Like,
yeah,
that's the break.
You had the first one yet? Have you got the second one already lined up before you?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be impressive. But, cool. Congratulations.
I've got a little problem.
Thanks.
So, Joe, I've got many, but
no, I've got a genuine problem here that I'm trying to fix right now. Okay, I fixed that one. That's good.
What's
where are you based, Julian?
This is a great start.
I live in the countryside in the southeast of France, in a very remote place that basically no one knows about. But I think to make it easy, it's quite close to Marseille. It's up north from Marseille.
Cool. Yeah.
Nice. In the
good weather. Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Definitely.
Beautiful.
I fixed the problem. Thanks for filling.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Quick shout to some of the people in the chat. Shout to Ash Scheme Boy in the room. How you doing, buddy? Danny Cytosine, Amelia Pert, John Pert, SPF, playing one of your tracks in a little bit. Vanilla, Dean Devastator, hey buddy. Stazma in the chat. Amcor, Gade System, hey buddy. Big kiss. Mwah. Who else have we got? Miro there, hey man. Looking through Mladen, Hemek, Drastic, hey buddy. See you on Saturday, I think. Wide45. Yeah, quite a few in there. Guys, if you can, like the stream, share the stream, all that shit. It's dead useful for us. It helps us grow. We would really appreciate it. You've done it. Thanks, man. Thanks. Okay.
Just subscribing, liking, crazy.
Exactly. So, cool. First on the show, as usual, is our New Blood section. New Blood. This is where we listen to your music, provide feedback. And I guess we'll just get straight into it. First up,
can we get a New Blood voiceover, when the thing comes up, like a death metal kind of New Blood?
It does. It says New Blood, but you can't hear it.
Whoa! All this time, is this true?
Yeah, it says new blood in Cam's Cam says it in Cam's voice.
No way! And all this time, I never.
Yeah,
knew.
and the what's hot one, this one.
What else have I been missing on
What's
this show?
hot?
That one there, that's
Can't
got
hear that
MC.
either.
That's got MC Dart's voice on it. What's hot?
No
It just shows that you
way,
don't actually
wow.
watch the show back, Greg.
Well,
Fucking hell. Right,
got
let's
you.
get into some music before Greg makes
Go on then.
fun of himself. First up on the New Blood, we have got a track from General Waste. This is Invisible Nightmares. Let's go.
Good name.
This is the beginning. I've seen things you've only seen in your nightmares. Things you can't even imagine. Things you can't even see.
All right. A little bit about the guest. This is General Waste. After a decade of smashing out Mutant Jungle and jungle tech at venues across the UK, General Waste has spent time getting to grips with harder, darker sounds. These tunes are a snippet of his forthcoming Brutalism series, and the first EP is due to come out on Jungle Syndicate later this year. Also, if you're playing this on the show with Stazma, can I take the opportunity to say a big thank you for your YouTube videos? Without them, I would never have been able to develop a live laptop and controller set. Big up.
Very cool.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So what do we think about this one, guys? I'll go to you first, Julia.
I like the choppiness of it. It's precise and I find it precise and brutal, as I said in the chat. In a nice way, like very metal-ish, like of it.
Yeah, had a good chug, didn't it? Like a kind of like you say, a kind of that dun, 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 kind of like a vibe to it. Yeah.
Meshuggah riff, like.
Yeah. It got that kind of a. I think it was missing a few things. Because it was very minimal. There was a lot of empty space there. Yeah. And And because there was a lot of the sounds that were very similar, well, not very similar, it's not, that were just repeated, the same kick, same snare for a lot of the track, and there was nothing really changing very much in the track, right? There was no like big changes of rhythm or anything like that. So sometimes what you need, and this is where you know, a lot of the drum and bass guys are really in their element and do very, very well, is just having some kind of soundscapes or some background noises that are changing and evolving and moving that kind of like fill it out. The intro, it felt like, could have done with that as well. Could have done with some, just a bit more atmosphere and a bit, you know, just kind of background sounds, just to kind of have some movement and stuff in the background. But I like the track. I think that it needed a little bit more top, a little bit more high end, because it was quite bassy, and there wasn't a huge amount of tops on the snares. So there wasn't a lot, and the percussion was, you know, quite a little bit in the background. So it needed some elements that kind of really brought out the sparkle and stuff like that in it. But other than that, yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. Joe?
Yeah, I also thought it was missing something, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It felt, like you said, a bit bare. The main elements that are going to work the floor were there, the kick snare and etc. But I felt like it was missing something down the middle, and it felt like there could be more of a subby element that could come in. I don't know if there's something later on in the track that we haven't heard yet, but I don't know. It felt like I was getting half of a story a little bit. It just felt like it needed to evolve a little bit. That was what I thought.
Yeah. Cool.
No real feedback in the chat at the moment. Drastic saying it's a bit like Throttler tunes. Despite what we said, the production was quality and the sound design is very, very good. I just want to make that clear. But I just felt like it was.
There's just some things I think that could take it from where it is up a kind of another level, and that's
exactly.
Also, I'm trying to avoid always saying could use more breaks, but
I mean, you're right though. You're right though. I mean, it's like having some breaks would have given it more rhythm and filled out some of that space between the big kind of kick and snare hits. Wouldn't just a shuffle or something to move it and give it that movement.
A bit of energy.
One thing I was thinking, if you want to keep that very minimal vibe, though, one thing that I like for this kind of stuff is to use either, instead of using the same sample all the time, which maybe you're not doing, I don't know, but you can try to take one sample and process it with some like very slight delay filter changes, and you sample it again like a bunch of times, like few 10, 20 times, and then you put that into a sampler that will read one of the sample every time, and so you can keep the pattern being very minimal, but as the sample change all the time, but even if it's just a slight movement of things, it can make it more groovy and more
organic kind of sounding.
Organic, exactly,
Yep. Agreed. Cool.
Some things to consider, Mr. General Waste. Good shit though, man, and congratulations on your EP. Nice. Shout to the Jungle Syndicate.
I like the name as well. Brutalism?
What? General Waste.
Yes, the name of the EP.
Brutalism, but it was spelt like BRTLZM.
Yeah.
Brutalism, like this.
Like
Cool.
Brutalism.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Next up, they're in the chat. SPF, get mad. So let's get mad.
We sit in a house and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street, and there's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe, and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore.
Okay, I'm going to say it first. Could people stop using this sample? Because I've heard it so many times now. I thought the tune was pretty good. The snare got a little bit repetitive, but that sample, the vocal sample, I think it's starting to become my new pet hate. I think I've heard it about 100 times, different tunes.
I mean, it's 50 years old now, that sound.
Is it?
Yeah, it's from Network, isn't it? It's from the 1970s
Yeah.
movie Network.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's been used in a lot of, but you know, it's nice to sometimes kind of repurpose or kind of do a nod back to those. But yeah, I think maybe you've got to find a new way. If you're going to use a really well-known sample, maybe try and find a new way to do it or put a different spin on it. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, there's no rules around this stuff, right?
I don't want to sound like a cunt, by the way, but it's just a personal gripe of mine now, and I'll say it to anybody who does it again as well.
But it's not just this sample. There's a lot of samples like this, right?
Yeah.
And you know, you can go, oh my god, this person's sampling Public Enemy again, or you know what I mean, stuff like that.
Yeah, true that.
A million times, right? Just because we're picking on a movie sample.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's talk about let's talk about the tune.
The problem is, I mean, this one is still relevant. That's the problem.
Indeed.
That's true. I concede on this point, actually. Yeah. A little bit about the artist. It is literally a little bit. Hello, everyone. I'm SPF, Swiss music producer. I mostly produce hardcore and jungle. I work on Fruity Loops Studio.
Isn't SPF a female or is
it's very close to Floris's name. Floris is SRF, I think.
There's a really famous techno person.
Don't know.
Is it not SPF? Okay.
Don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, what do you think about the actual track and the production on it, Greg?
I've forgotten now. It was so long ago. No, it was a nice groove there. It just got a bit too repetitive. It needed edits. It needed a lot of edits. There was a really nice little, I think it was maybe near the first drop, maybe just after the first drop, where the kind of snares made a little kind of like little rhythm, or something like that. And I thought that was going to be a kind of like a rhythm thing that would like almost like it made a melody out the snares. And I thought that was going to keep coming back in, but it didn't. And because it was a very tonal snare, it sounded like, and the pattern was very rigid on the beat. So it just felt a little too repetitive without lots of edits in there. It just felt like it was a very dong 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 kind of all the time. So there was a really good tune in there. I think the kicks needed a little bit of work to bring them up a little bit. They felt a little bit subby and muddy. So yeah, maybe a bit more top end, a bit more punch on them. But yeah, just variation I think is really what would make that up. You know, take it from being like quite a good groove and stuff into something that's really interesting for me. Yeah. Julian, what do you think?
I think it was a good tune. You know, I mean, in the sense that I never thought like, no, even if yes, that sample has been used hell of a
That's
time.
just a me
But
problem.
I mean, I basically my reaction to it was, as I said, like, oh man, this is an old sample. Still makes sense. Probably, it might still make sense. I mean, it might make sense all the time. That's the problem. But so yeah, I mean, I was kind of happy to be reminded about that sample, though. That's my personal reaction. But back to the track itself, I just find it very classic, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I have a hard time judging on the production because I mean I use those headphones quite a bit, but I'm very more used to my speakers, and I can't blast the speakers during the show. But I mean,
and the sound gets a bit compressed through the.
To me, yeah,
stuff,
of course, yeah. But to me, yeah, it was a good classic track.
It's a solid bass there,
yeah. I mean, there's no mega criticism that I would give. It didn't blow my mind, but it was cool. I mean, I had a good time listening to it, and I don't have a specific thing that I will recommend on this. I don't.
I think overall the mix sounded quite balanced as well. There was nothing obvious sticking out there. Like there were a few things that needed work. I think for me it just needed a bit more interest.
More breaks.
I'm throwing Eamon in. Turn around with Eamon's every 8 bars.
I know. I have listened to those tracks before today. I took the time to do it, and I know there is some where I won't say it.
Cool.
I think that we might be as well. We're talking about it sounding a bit repetitive and so on. The full track is actually 8 minutes long, so it could be that we're misrepresenting it a little bit by having it short. It's maybe a journey track, and we're not experiencing the journey fully. So apologies if that's the correct. Okay, so nice track though. Keep going and come back again. We'd love to hear more of your music.
Yeah, for
Thanks,
sure.
SPF. Thanks. Next up, we've got Grim with Constantine. Let's go. Right, a little bit about the artist. Hi, my name is Grim. I'm 18 from Hertfordshire, UK. I was not expecting 18. I've started producing for a small school project 2.5 years ago and realised it was quite fun as a hobby. Since then, I've been hard at work producing privately, and this is my first time participating in a submission. I'm flattered, thank you. My first contact ever with electronic music was through GTA 3's MSX FM and Rise FM. Both of these stations would go on to be the de facto stations through my entire playthrough. Curious for more, I listened through all of the Moving Shadow Sampler series, with the 00.1 mix being my personal favourite mix out of the series. It introduced me to more beat-focused jungle and hardcore breakbeat sound. At one point, the tech step sound got kind of stagnant for me, and I was out again searching for darker sounds. Eventually I stumbled across a phenomenal Therapy Sessions mixes. First time I heard it, it felt oddly familiar to tech step, but just now with a bone-crushingly heavy paint of coat. In particular, tracks by Limewax, Technical Itch, Current Value and B-Key, just to name a few. Ever since, I've decided to bring back some of the sounds from the era to maybe reignite a little fire for the dark step, skull step scene. The track I uploaded was completed 2 days ago from the time of submission. This is one of my slower in field tracks, and I'm curious about what you guys think of it. Thank you for the good work you guys have been doing, by the way. Thank you for submitting, Grim, and for somebody who's so young in his production life, that was quite impressive, actually.
Yeah,
I liked it a lot.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I
Julia,
wish they did some as clean stuff when I was 18.
So what did you think, Julia?
I really like the groove when it starts. I love it, but I have to admit it's a bit too rolling for me, and so I this is the kind of stuff that the drum and bass type of things like this I kind of lose focus quite early. But it's just because it needs more breaks, I guess. But for me, I mean, it's not a general, it's just not a general thing. I guess I just need a lot of things to keep my attention going. And I mean, I love the groove, but I would make it a bit more, not necessarily evolutive, because I guess it's also the kind of music that needs to. I mean, that's part of it.
It's supposed to be
the goal of it, not to be.
Yeah,
but,
it's supposed to be like that, right?
Yeah, and I'm just not the best client for it. But I found that it sounded pretty good, and the groove was good. For sure. I can once again, I can't really comment on the mix through these headphones, but nothing sounded completely off to me either. So I'll leave it to you guys.
And it's a hard genre to balance in the mix as well. You've got a lot going on, a lot of competing space in the bass and stuff like that. A lot of elements competing for different energies in the bass and mids and stuff. But really impressive, really impressive. I went to see Tim Current Value on Saturday.
He's making a bit again, right?
Good lord. Lord, that set was something else. And there's no one else sounds like him. It was crazy. I mean, there's these, and kind of modern drum and bass mixing nowadays, it's like 16 bars and then there's another tune coming in, and it's almost like every 32 bars there's a different tune. So it was just like kind of, he was working through all these tracks, all these different rhythms and stuff, and it was going, you just like, where are these noises coming from? And they just kind of come apart and come back together again. It's just he's doing some really incredible stuff. But moving back to this, I think there was a big Current Value, like old school Current Value, Limewax, like Maxime's kind of influence in this, which I really liked. I mean, he's Mr. Grimm has got quite an interesting repertoire, very interesting influences. For someone that's 18 that has kind of gone this path, I think that's very interesting, very impressive, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes next if he's doing this kind of stuff already.
Let's talk again at 25.
Well, the speed that things move, I mean, probably in like a year or something, God knows.
Yeah,
God knows.
True.
To your point, Julian, I think even when it is a kind of like repetitive, kind of purposefully repetitive, kind of like almost like a hypnotic loop thing, you still need things that give you these kind of peaks and troughs through it, even if it's a kind of like these small moments, and you can think of, you think of all the classic skull step tracks that stand out, and it's like like Agent Orange or whatever. It's what's that one thing that you remember, right? The rest of the beats maybe, but it's that dun 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 dun. When that just like when it switches into that, it's like you're off into a different world, and that's what you remember from that tune. So I think he's got a great foundation here, and the next stage is like kind of going, what makes a like memorable tune now? What makes something in this genre that makes that sticks out? And it could be something really simple. It could be, but I'm really impressed. Really, really impressed. I love what he's doing.
Me
Really
too.
Cool. We're not hearing enough people do that sort of stuff right now.
Yeah, get in touch.
Bring back Skull Step.
Send some other stuff over. I'm curious to see what other stuff you got cooking, man, because that was one of
good
your
stuff.
slower in feel tracks. I'm curious to hear what the rest of them are like. So get in touch, Mr. Grimm,
send the old stuff.
or yeah, just get in touch. Send some shit over. Curious. Thanks.
Cool.
And
shout out to Alex, Mr. Insects in the chat.
oh, hey, Alex, Starving Insect. Nice to see you, buddy. Dave Mono's joined as well, and Vinny Rupture's joined as well. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Next up, we have got Mykoz with Guys Like Us. Let's go.
The world wasn't built for guys like us. That's why we gotta take whatever we decide is ours. 'Cause no one's gonna give it to us. We're not without a fight. Huh? The world wasn't built for guys like us. What kind of life do I want? Wasn't built for guys like us. They don't even know what they got because they always had it. The world wasn't built for guys like us. That's why we gotta take whatever we decide is ours. They don't even know what they got. Cause they always The world wasn't built for guys like us.
All right. A little bit. I can hear myself somewhere. Hello?
That's
right.
me.
Not me.
Hello?
Hello.
I can definitely hear myself, but anyway, a little bit about the artist. This is from Mykoz. Hello, I'm here with a new submission. This track will be released on my second album coming out the beginning 2026. With this album, I want to show the diversity I have in me as a music producer. I'm not going to reveal too much yet, but it will be an album for any hardcore music lover. Interesting. I hope you guys like it, and all feedback is welcome to make this a better track. What do we think, guys? I'll go to you first, Greg.
First of all, shout out. Hello, Mr. Mykoz.
Hello.
Really cool. I mean, this is where, he's been around a while. He's done a few tracks and stuff like that, and you can start telling the difference now with like it's more interesting. There's more variation going on. It kind of keeps it interesting, even though there's not like a huge amount of new elements coming in. It's like, yeah, it was all sounded very solid. I'm sure it'd work really well in the dance. Kicks were nice, had nice kind of front end punch on them and stuff. So yeah, I don't know what I'd suggest other than, you know, maybe another element to bring it up a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's quite good. I like it. I don't know if it needs much more, to be honest.
I like it as well. I mean, in the style, like it. Could use more breaks, but I mean, for me, like, when you say another elements, with this kind of stuff, I don't know why, but what I want is sometimes just washes of white noise, just, you know, like,
yeah,
just not necessarily in the front, but something that's once in a while just get you like,
yeah,
like in the edits and the turnarounds,
you know?
yeah.
Like, but I don't know why. Sometimes I was like, oh yeah, give me some white noise in there, I'll be happy. But, I'm weird as well.
I think it felt like it needed to be a little bit brighter. I think the percussion maybe needed to come up, or the hats needed to come up a little bit. It felt like that they were just tucked in the back a little bit. Everything was focused on the bass, and the hats were just like ticking along. I don't know. It felt like it could be a bit brighter. That was all, but it's still solid.
Can you send it over, Joe? And I'll have another listen offline, and I can
sure.
listen to it properly in the studio rather than through YouTube and on Jim headphones.
Sure, can do that. No problem.
Right.
Is he in the chat? Mykoz, are you in the chat?
Haven't seen him.
I haven't seen him either. All right, well, we'll take it offline, and we'll send you some feedback offline. Well, other than that, solid dude, and I'm really looking forward to the album coming out in 2026, and a mixture of different hardcore genres by the sounds of it. So yeah, big up. Nice one. Next up, we've got Cytosine with Pay Attention. Let's go.
Are you paying attention? Good. If you're not listening carefully, you will miss things. Important things. You will not interrupt me. You think that because you're sitting where you are and I am sitting where I am, that you are in control of what is about to happen. You're mistaken. I am in control. Because I know things that you do not know. What I will need from you now is a commitment. You will listen closely and you will not judge me until I am finished. If you cannot commit to this, then please leave the room. But if you choose to stay, remember, you chose to be here. What happens from this moment forwards is not my responsibility. It's yours. Pay attention.
right, a little bit about Danny's Cytosine, and it would be nice if you could...
Cytosine.
Cytosine, okay, my bad. Hi guys,
What it looks like.
I'm Danny, not me, obviously, him. I'm Danny Cytosine from Breda in the Netherlands. I got my inspiration from many genres of music like millennium, industrial hardcore, drum and bass, jungle, breakcore, and I listen to a lot of metal music too. My socials are not that up to date, but I'm working on it. It's kind of fun that Stazma is the guest for this show because I was inspired of his music and the older end user tracks for this track. And he did an awesome mix down of my first ever release on Sealand Recordings, which comes out tomorrow, and I'm beyond proud of that. This show and Tom helped me a lot to bring my producing and motivation and inspiration levels to this point. You're very welcome, bro. I'm really curious to what you guys think of this track. Before we start, I want to say congratulations on your forthcoming release on Sealand, and he did the artwork himself as well. It's a really nice release. I got that
it's really
the other day. Yeah. So yeah, congratulations first of all. What do we think of the track, guys?
Like it?
Yeah.
No, sorry. Go for it first.
No.
Whatever.
No.
I mean, yeah, I like it. I mean, I really liked the. I would be curious to know if the samples, the vocal samples at the beginning, if it was phrased like this in the sample itself, if it has that rhythm, or if the rhythm was a decision, because I really like the intro where all the words, they are not falling on where you would think they would fall. So it gives the intro of weird, yeah, I mean, what really sold me on this track is the intro. I love when it kicks in, it's just like, yes, because all the intro is weird. And you're just like,
Yes.
Yes, this is weird. I don't know where I am. This is weird. And bam, in your face. That's my thing.
Yeah. Yes, 100%.
Greg,
I really liked it.
your
Do you know
mic
where the
is
sample is from?
crackling really bad.
Oh,
My mic is crackling.
Yeah, can you hear that
Can I
too,
do something?
Julia?
yeah, I can hear it as well.
Okay, one sec. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Okay. Hey, Julia.
Yep. Sorry, I'm reading the chat.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm just like, the
Yeah,
chat,
so,
the chat room. It's there.
Drucker in the chat saying the snares do need a touch of compression. Silence is saying the kick sounds a bit compressed, or maybe it's my headphones. Buttervist saying add a transient over those snares to make them pop a bit more.
I've seen all those comments about the sound itself. I can't really comment on it because of the headphone thing. But sorry if I stopped you in your thing. But
It's okay.
For this kind of tracks, I don't care about the sound. I mean, as we said, I think the songwriting in a way is done when you have an intro that makes it weird, and then when it kicks in, you're just into it.
Yeah.
If it sounds not crazy good, you don't care. The work is done. You're interested. You know what I mean? And this is something I think sometimes people do overestimate the production side of things. But when the track is good, it's good even if it sounds like shit. Look at punk. Listen to punk. You'll see.
Yeah.
Indeed. How's my microphone? Am I working now? Am I
Yes.
back on normal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good? Okay, cool. Absolutely agree. So there's some stuff to talk about here. So, do you know where the sample's from?
Nope.
No.
It's Benedict Cumberbatch, if I remember correctly, out of the Imitation Game, which was about Alan Turing, the guy who invented
I remember.
basically the computer, right?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I loved that actually. It was really
Yeah. And fun fact, so this is where it gets interesting. Last week, 2 weeks ago, we passed the Turing test, right? Which is for 75 years. Do you know what the Turing test is, Julian? Have you heard of this? Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what it is.
Okay.
Go.
So the Turing test was designed to see if a computer could ever,
I remember.
act as a human, right? Whether a kind of written, like a conversation you could that you couldn't tell whether it was a computer or a human, right? And for 75 years, this test has been going. And then OpenAI ChatGPT 4.5 passed it 2 weeks ago. It was the first time like an artificial intelligence has ever passed this test, right?
Crazy.
Yeah. So, you know, you kind of think like when we were kids, well, certainly when I was a kid a long time ago, like that was the kind of stuff of science fiction, right? You know, you'd be watching these movies like, you know, 2001 and, you know, Star Wars or whatever. And you'd be thinking, wow, when we pass the Turing test, we'll be flying around spaceships and shit like that, right? It's kind of, and now we've done it, and no one's really even that bothered anymore. You go, oh, we passed the Turing test. And like I was telling someone in work, and they were like, oh, yeah, good, great. Like, dude, this is like a pivotal moment in human history. And everyone's just like, yeah, it's just an update to GPT, isn't it? Nothing special.
just a 0.5.
Mental. Anyway, let's get back to the tune. I really liked it. It was really different, really interesting. We didn't know, like Julian said, I didn't know where it was going to go. I didn't know whether, like, I had a feeling it was going to be breaksy, but, you know, I just had no idea. Really unusual, interesting kind of rhythms and patterns and choices of synth. Everything was interesting about it, right? And granted, there could be, you know, better. You could do a bit more work on the breaks. You could bring the levels up a little bit. You know, there's all sorts of mixed down stuff. But it was just a really interesting tune, and I really, really liked that. I would rather have you know, a really interesting tune that maybe not, you know, may not be perfectly produced. You know, a little rough around the edges. But you're just like, I have no idea where this is going to go. And like Julian said, you know, when it hits you, you're just like, fuck yeah, let's go, let's go. Yeah. And then I don't even care what happens after that, right? It just take me on a ride, right? And then switch up to the kind of like the kicks, you know, the kick drops and stuff like that. That was fun. Yeah, the breaks could have done with a bit more work, you know, kind of a bit chunkier on the snares and stuff. But yeah, great tune. Really, really enjoyed it. I'll be checking out his Sealand. I think I got it in my inbox actually, so I think I'll.
Yeah, the promo came out the other day.
When is it supposed to be out? That's the thing.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Definitely want to watch. Definitely. This guy's rising. I see it. Feel it. Nice one, Danny. Keep up the great work, buddy. And
yeah. Cool.
And thanks
cool.
For
curious to see what he does next. Very interesting.
Big up. Next up. Another friend/enemy of the show, Mr. Gade System. Let's go.
This night's track out.
like it.
Boom shakalaka.
I like it a lot.
Hell yeah.
So this is Gade's system, who used to be Breakforce 1, and this is one of my favourite pictures ever.
It's one of the best for sure.
Yeah, for sure. See if I can get it all on the screen. That is the best picture, bro. Love it. And the track was fucking good as well. It really was. There was a weird time signature going on. I think he wrote in the chat here.
Yeah,
it was
15,
it was in 15/4. Yeah. So, Julian, question is, was that breakcore?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good. Validated. What do you think, buddy?
It's funny because when I was listening to the tracks this afternoon, when this one popped in, was like really like, okay, now we are talking. And I mean, at least to me. And and I went online for doing something, and I saw Rene was online because I know obviously I know this guy for a long time, and I was like, oh, dude, this track is awesome. And he's like, oh yeah. You know, I prefer the other one, so you will see after. But yeah, I mean, this one, we chat for a little while during the afternoon, and I think this one, it has one of the elements of that kind of music that I like the most, which is rage. It's really not happy at all. It's just like, I'm not fucking happy. I'm kicking you in the face in a weird time signature. and I mean, I loved it. I mean, I just had a great time listening to it. So, yes. Make me do my bass face like this, like, yes. That's good. I love it. I love it again right now. Yeah.
Awesome. What do you think, Greg?
I mean, fantastic. Really, really fantastic. I mean, we've been talking a bit about variation and keeping things interesting. And although the kind of like most of the main elements were all in there fairly early on, it was how they changed and kind of mutated and did all sorts of different things in different patterns that you just would not expect, that kept it super, super interesting. Personally, I think there was some of the breaks could do with coming up a little bit, just a couple of dBs maybe. But other than that, I mean, it was so much fun to listen to. It was really interesting. Had all the elements of kind of classic breakcore, everything you want. Weird times, what signatures check, kind of cool breaks, like weird synth, kind of. You're just ticking all the boxes and stuff.
The scary sample in the middle you don't see coming. Like,
yeah, totally.
That's
totally,
also important.
Yes, very, very. And in fact, that was probably the only thing I thought that could take it even further, is kind of maybe another sample that would really stick in your head. And obviously Chainsawed Fingers and Bones or something like that is something that you kind of go, that you take away and you go, that tune. Yeah, but yeah, great job, Rene. Really great, really cool.
Really
great stuff, man. Really good.
Yeah, he really underrates himself ridiculously, Rene, and it's a real problem for him, and he needs to realize how good he is sometimes. I thought it was really, really good. Good shit, man. Good shit.
Did he make it just for the? Did he make it for the show, knowing Stazma was going to be on, or was it just a track that he had and he was working on anyway?
Well, as soon as I announced, he wrote to me going, "Fucking hell, I'm gonna have to make a track now within the next few days." I think he dug up one of his old projects. I think he said he already had it. He's in the chat.
Okay.
So
yeah, super cool. Great stuff,
there
man.
We go. Shout to Luke Gurden, who's just joined. Shout also to Nagasaki, who posted before. I think he'd been lurking before that. Hey, bro, how's it going? Right, next up, we've got Bypass with K.I.S.S.I.N.G.
MC Lenny's job is to work up the crowd at the raves. He says jungle gets people moving by sampling the old records that everyone loves and mixing them in with fast dance beats.
K.I.S.S.I.N.G. K.I.S.S.I.N.G. When I can't drink, get on a tree. I'm K.I.S.S.I.N.G. Well, anything we do it, we own baby. So tell me if you want to come to movie. Well, only 2 stars, just you and me. Then from chapter 1 to chapter 20. So when the fast forward and you feel hard, you just put it in the TV. Just looking away, face and say why you amazing. Just looking away, face and say why you amazing. Just looking away, face and say why you amazing. Say to all like a thing, say you are shot and you are stick. Hey girl, this might be amazing to you. It's a everyday thing, this is what I do. When ask anybody, they will tell you a true. The way you feel it, will be a feel you.
Have a bio for Bypass. So
hello.
It's been bypassed.
Oh, it's 2004. They want their Breakcore producer back.
Wow. Greg first, then. Go ahead, Greg.
No, that was fun. I mean, it was bonkers. It was crazy. It was kind of early 2000s Breakcore to the max, wasn't it?
It sounded like something like by Parasite or somebody like that. Yeah, right.
Totally. Yeah. There were parts of it that were just like I was kind of jumping around, firing my playing gun fingers and stuff. And then there were other parts that were just like I don't know where I am anymore. It felt very disjointed in a good way. Great intro. Yeah, and it was just all over the fucking. I mean, classic Breakcore. So yeah, it was fun. I liked it. Julian?
Yeah, liked it as well. I mean, as you say, I would say a classic. I mean, for example, the one from René from before was also classic, but more in a manner, more urgent. This one feels a bit too classic, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But René sounded much more modern and kind of contemporary, and that was very. Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but I mean, even though, as you say, there's those parts where you're just like, the fuck? Where
am I going? Where am I?
even though I'm pretty sure this is 4/4 most of the time. Well, like what I do. I mean, most of the time it's 4/4, but 4/4 with as many elements in it can make it very weird. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I liked it. I don't know. Maybe we're missing a part of the end. I'd be curious to listen to the ending to see how far it goes into the.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it's really cool.
It was a really nice first drop with the ragga vocals and when it was really firing off. That was proper pew pew everywhere. That was really cool. And then just went off into a completely different galaxy.
Anything that you would say, Julian, for? Any tips that you would give for this person to make the tune pop a little bit more?
I mean, maybe. I mean, but this is a bit of a classic stuff of this kind of very like breaking all the time thing. I find, but it's also one of the tricks that I'm using the most. The more it goes, the more I use that kind of trick is silence. You know, sometimes it's just like no. Like it's crazy, like nothing,
and then pull it back,
and then more. But I mean, just these kind of things, like when it's that, you need some. I mean, you don't need it, but you might enjoy it even more if there is some proper silence or proper, very unexpected things going. Because even as we said, as it's quite classic, it's still you expect to get lost and this kind of things in the breaks, but it always gets you on track at some point. And maybe that not getting on track at some point might be a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you, Bypass. Please come again. And a bio would be good next time also. Next up and last on the New Blood, we've got Simi with Letni Wiatr, a Summer Wind. Right. That was mental.
What just happened?
Everything just happened all at once.
Everything happened.
Little bit about the artists. This is Simi. Hello there, I'm Simi. I was born in Poland, but I live in the Netherlands. I love aim and break, hard kicks, old game consoles, and hidden gems of Polish dance from 1990. Well, you nailed it. You did
Amazing.
Breakcore isn't the only genre I do. One has to embrace the roots, and for me, it is drum and bass and UK happy hardcore. Everything mentioned above, combined together, gives the essence of Simi. Music that is fast, often cheesy, and way too happy, and above all, ridiculous. Again,
Yeah.
nailed it. My biggest inspirations are Gore Shit, Fox Die, and SpongeBob SquareWave, to name a few. Check out Smutny. Oh, I'm never going to be able to say those things.
You don't need to say it. Just
check out his alias. Check his alias, the Donkinator.
Nice.
If you are looking for more silliness. Julien, go ahead.
It's fun because like the very cheesy sample at the beginning got me like, ugh. But then the 8-bit came in like the like the Game Boy lead kind of thing, which is something that I'm always like. So I was like, that the sample, but the 8-bit, yes. And then the breaks, oh yes. And then the mega kick, oh yes. And then I didn't care anymore. I had fun. And I mean, lovely. And I'm not that much into the fun side of Breakcore, to be honest. But this one is fucked up enough to get me going. Easy.
Yeah.
Loved it.
I would definitely throw my drink around to it at like Bangface or Bolter or something like, or somewhere in Bristol. Just fuck it. Greg?
Yes. Julien said it all, man. It was like, at first I was like, where the fuck is this one going? And then it was like, by the end of it, I'm just like, fine, I'm going to wear my underpants on my head and like, be drinking shots of absinthe or whatever. It's just, it's stuff you'd have a mosh pit to and throw each other around on the dance floor in the middle of the Queen Vic in Bangface, right?
And it's actually not that bad to listen to as well. I mean, that's where my small disappointment is often with the only silly kind of stuff is that it's in the end, even though it's silly and there is art kicks and aim and breaks, it's still very predictable most of the time. I mean, a lot of the time. And this was really like just going, okay, there.
Yes.
There.
Yes.
There.
Yes.
There. We don't know. And that was great.
Yeah.
It was technically...
I loved it. It was so much fun. It was just fun, wasn't it, man? It was just like, let's make some crazy tunes and have a laugh.
Yeah. I think it looks like, from what I understand from looking at his Instagram here, his main goal is trying to make people happy, and he succeeded here today.
I
So
I love the fact that the bio says way too happy, because actually it is so happy that it becomes weird, and in a good way.
Exactly. So nice one,
Great
Simi.
stuff.
Thanks
Great
very
stuff.
much. Thank you. And that was the end of
New Blood.
New blood.
Time for a little bit of propaganda. If you guys need the toilet, then you go ahead.
Fine. I'll go. I'll get a couple more beers. I'll be back.
In case you didn't know, the Oblivion Underground channel has a membership scheme. And this allows you to contribute to our channel, help us grow and develop the channel. And you can do that from as little as $1.99 per month. In return for this commitment, we try to give you something back. And this goes in stages. We've got 3 tiers. So in tier 1, which is $1.99 a month, you get loyalty badges next to your name in the comments and live chat. As you can see in the chat, there's people with red badges, etc., etc. And there's the custom emoji to use in there. You get 5% discount at oblivionunderground.com all the time. Shout outs, you're more likely to get a shout out if we see your name in different colours. Community access, this gives you information about Oblivion Underground news, different stuff that we're doing. We would put it in there first and give you your chance to have a say on it or get access to certain things. And in Discord, you get access to the members only area. For tier 2, you get all of the things that are in tier 1. And this is for $2.99 a month, but you get all of the Oblivion Underground digital releases for free. You get priority notification for our merchandise drops, because we have limited edition merch, vinyl drops, etc. So you get access to that before public sale. And we do members only live chats from time to time in our Discord. For the tier 3, which is $9.99 a month, this is like our, super subscriber thing. You get vouchers at Oblivion Underground and Hardcore Beer quite regularly. You get added to the Oblivion promo list, entry into competitions, some members only videos, and priority reply to comments. Now, none of our stuff will be behind a paywall ever. The show will always be free for everybody, so don't think that we're here to try to do that. But if you want to help the show and you feel like you like the show, then this is a good way that you can give something back. It means that we can upgrade our technology and make the show better and, grow the network, as it were. The other thing that I mentioned there is Discord. Now, you'll see that we have a Discord server. If you don't know what Discord is, think of it as like a chat interface / message boards, if you're using the old message board / something you could use like Skype to talk to people, as people use it for gaming, etc. But we use it for our community, and it allows us to have all of these different chat places where we can introduce each other, meet each other. We've got a chit chat here. I'm surprised Jay hasn't put something in here to catch me out today. We've got a members only area. We've got the community chat here where we give information and insights into what the next guest's going to be, or asking your opinion on what's going on with the show and things like that. There's a production area within the creative zone that allows people to share stuff about producing music and so on. I think there was an interesting thing that I put in here the other day about Stazma, actually. Anyway, I can't find that now. Talk about DJing, if you've got questions about DJing or you want to know, or blah, blah, blah. Gaming, people meeting up to play games, graphic design, video design, streaming, all of that kind of stuff. And then you've got stuff like tracks and releases. This is a gold mine in here for tracks, actually, for if you like industrial hardcore, breakcore, crossbreed, drum and bass. This is a real gold mine. You can find really good music in here. Lots of people sharing awesome stuff. Loads of good DJ sets are always being shared in here, and live streams, people talking about movies, events, and so on. So that's our Discord, and that's our membership scheme. So if you are into that, then head over to our Discord. Discord link is in the description of this video. Kaboom! And Greg's not back. Awesome. Do you use Discord, Julian?
Not enough. Sure. I mean,
Not enough.
I have one, but
yeah.
I just basically never go there
Okay.
because it's just one more thing to deal with, and
Yeah.
I'm bad at it.
Yeah. Jay's proposing in there that we do a Sunday gaming again. Yeah, we used to play a few games. There was a Fall Guys, which is like quite a funny game where you have to run around on it's like a 3D platform kind of game, but you can do it all together. So like we would all gather on a Sunday night and like have some drinks and fun, and everybody go and play that together. It was quite good fun. So yeah, I'm up for doing gaming on Sundays again. If anybody else wants to do it, head in there. Another thing that I wanted to call out, actually, while we're live on air, that we're looking for a video editor for the Oblivion channel to make shorts of the show content. And I haven't got anybody, and I've been trying to find somebody for a long time. So if that sounds like something that you could do, then contact me and we can work something out. Please. Thank you. Okay. Without further ado, Julian, we will talk about you. Dive
I live.
on you. Finally, yeah. Let me just get this track off the screen. Boom. So, how the hell did you get into Breakcore? That is the question, right? Let's go from there. What was the start of your journey? How did you find your way into all of this?
I mean, I think not to go back too long before that, but I guess I started to make music first at around 13 or something like this, playing bass. There's one behind me, but so I still do. But I mainly played in weird rock and metal stuff as a kid with my friends at school. Because we had a rehearsal room in the school. And at that time, I was really not listening to any electronic music. I mean, I already had weird taste in music, in metal. And basically a bit in everything, because I guess I have a very weird sum of influences from my parents and my other brothers. So I was listening to a lot of reggae, French songs, super hard metal, and so yeah, it was already a bit messy and didn't make much sense to most of the other people I talked music with, and so yeah, I started to play music, and the thing was that I started to compose music for the band I was playing in, and I was using that utterly shitty program called Guitar Pro. I don't know if anyone have ever used that thing. So you can write tabs, like easy partitions, and you have the MIDI sound, the horrible general MIDI sound, and very quickly I started to compose stuff that I was completely unable to play and that any human beings were unable to play. And I had so much fun doing that I was like, in my very young, like 15 years old brain, like, oh, I'm making music on a computer. This must be incredible. I mean, no one has ever done that. And then I discovered that it was completely wrong, of course, that many people did that with better sounds than the general MIDI ones in Guitar Pro. And so I think one of my first real introduction to electronic music was from a friend who was also a big metalhead, way older than me. And I guess I said something, like drinking beers and stuff. And I must have said something like, yeah, electronic music. No, this is not really music. People don't play instruments, whatever. And he just looked at me and said, okay, sit down in this couch. I'm going to go grab a DVD.
I'll teach you something, boy.
Exactly. Yeah. But in a very nice way, though. But and he just put the Chris Cunningham and Aphex Twin DVD. A Chris Cunningham DVD, I think, and he showed me,
I had that. I remember that. Yeah.
And he showed me "Come to DAED" with the video that goes with it. And I was just like, okay, I'm sold now. Give me more of that. And it quickly escalated into discovering Venetian snares. Who else did I think the very first ones were really like the Aphex Twin art stuff, then probably maybe Bhangra before Venetian snares, and then Venetian snares. I've listened to a lot of Bhangra when I was a kid. I mean, around 17, 18 during that time. Yeah. And I guess, I mean, you asked the question, how did I come to this? I came to make this because I think I was passionate about the weirdness and the technicality of it. And as I was already quite passionate about the writing music thing, even though I don't have any clue about how to properly write music because I'd never been to the conservatory. I mean, I'm terrible at music theory. I'm a bit better now, but still I haven't had any proper training at anything a part of sound engineering, which I am a proper sound engineer because I made a school for that. Mm-hmm. And I lost myself, of course. Breakcore, I think it has something about to do with boredom, because I come from a very small city where there was not much to do. I was the only weirdo listening to this kind of stuff. And so I was like, okay, I have a bit of spare time that I don't know what to do when I don't see my friends. Oh, let's spend a lot of time editing breakbeats. It sounds like a proper way to occupy the time. Yeah. And basically that's what I did. And yeah, that's why I got there. Mm-hmm. But I mean, in terms of the sound, it ticks all the boxes for me. I mean, when I was into metal, I really quickly went very fast into the black metal, death metal, mathcore, math crazy core stuff that you don't even know how to name, and drone, and so I like the weird stuff. I've always liked the weird stuff. I have no explanation for it, but I like weird music. I like to be surprised, like we said when we were talking about the intro of that track earlier. I mean, when I'm lost and I don't know what to expect next, that's where I feel like I'm having fun in that environment more than anything else. And so this is the perfect type of music, I guess, because it's made, you can do it.
You're damn right, brother.
We've just witnessed that several times in the New Blood. So what was the journey then from like there and experimenting and having fun to your first release in 2008? How many evolutions were there before you got to that form?
Basically, so already I feel that I'm quite lucky because I think I only messed around for about 2 years before I got that release on Peace Off.
Okay.
Because I think I started when I was at the end of 16, 17, started to mess around with software and I think at first what I was mostly experimenting with was sampling movies. So I would watch a movie that I would like, and I would sample tons of stuff in the movie, like doors, the music, whatever, everything. And I would try to make tracks out of this.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a very good exercise. It was mostly weird, noisy tracks, but and also one of the interesting things is that at that time I had no clue about what I was doing. It really was like completely like, okay, let's do that. Who cares? And so I messed around like this, and then as I was really liking the jungle side of Bhangra, for example, I was like, okay, let's try to make I quickly discovered that trying to make that kind of stuff straight away was not easy. It was frustrating. So to make it less frustrating, it was like, okay, let's make a jungle track, just simple, classic jungle, and then after, okay, let's try to make a more hardcore track. And so I spent a bit of time doing a bit of more regular stuff, and then started to mash it around together, and then started to just not care at all and make weird stuff with lots of samples at the time. It was really like sampling whatever stupid stuff I heard, whatever music that I was listening to at the moment. And I did that for about 2 years, I think, and then I think I will remember that all my life because it was the MySpace time, and one day I just opened my MySpace page and I have a message from Frank Rotator. He was like, "Oh, I like that track. Can I release it on vinyl?" The fuck?
So it was just something you just thrown up into the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
And it was the compilation, the Kamikaze Club compilation. And truth be told, at that time, I was listening to Rotator and Dr. Bastardo and Crumble on a daily basis. Like really, like every Peace Off was really like the label for me. I was like, oh yes. And to get that email one morning was like, okay, great. I'm happy. And
awesome.
Basically, I guess
let's play it. I've got it, so let's play it and talk about it after. Yeah. This is RUDY'S Breaking the Dance Hall.
All we man take up the happy bun. All we man take up the happy bun. That's up your life, that's up your life, and they a moon. Let them a weep, let them a weep, let them a weep, let them a weep. We see when behind, one near the front, me there. We see when behind, one near the front, me there.
Why did you sample Manchester United football fans singing that song?
No, it was West Ham United, wasn't it?
Is it West? Is it?
Yeah,
oh yeah,
singing.
Yes, it is West Ham actually. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
it's in the Hooligan movie.
I
probably just have seen that movie when I was doing the track, and
okay.
I remember just drinking beers with watching this movie with friends, and we were all like singing like stupid dickheads. Even if none of us was into football at all, but we just had fun with the movies. We're like, okay, let's put that in the middle of the track. That will be another sample.
Really cool.
So this came out on Kamikaze Club 7.
Yeah.
Sub-label of Peace Off, yeah. These Kamikaze clubs were quite good. I've got all of them on vinyl myself, but these were always quite a treat, I found. It was nice that there was a wide selection of tracks in them.
I think the goal from Frank with this thing was to dig out MySpace and find weird guys that no one knew about. And I guess I just was one of them.
Sinead O'Connick Jr.
This is a good one.
And the sub bass in that track, did you make that yourself? Was that you on the guitar, or was that sampled too?
I mean the boo boo.
Yeah.
I think this one is from which VST was I using at the time? I think it was Synapse or something.
Okay.
One of those old school VST made like for jungle stuff. It might have been a preset at the time that I've probably just added shitloads of distortions on it.
Was it Hydra? Synapse Hydra? Well, they do use that for loads of jungly stuff.
I don't think it was Hydra. What was the name? Let me try to find it. It was JUNGLECHRIST. The name of the plugin was JUNGLECHRIST. And I used it for a lot of bass stuff. But this track is mostly samples. I mean, apart from this, the kick I made myself as well. And but yeah, most of it is just like it's just so many samples. Every time I listen back to it, I listen to this one basically never. And every time I listen back to it, I'm just like, the hell? What have I done?
What was it? Rene said in the chat here, what was it he said in it? It made me spit my drink out. He said, interesting creative decisions, Julian. And I could just hear him saying it. Like I could picture him stood there saying it. Brilliant. So after this, you, I guess you got more serious, as a loose term in breakcore, right?
That's the term is weird, but honestly, the releasing this thing on vinyl and then having some gigs, because from there some people asked me to play, which I had no idea how to do, of course. And so I did, and it worked. I mean, the first ones were really bad, but I mean, people enjoyed it nonetheless. And so I realized that I could keep on doing this a bit more, just not only fooling around that for my own and share it a bit more, I guess. That never occurred to me that I would make a living out of it, though. And yeah, so it just gave me mostly motivation to keep on doing it. That's the main thing that it brought me, and I will always be thankful to Frank to have just picked me and be like, oh, I like you, make more.
Yeah, big up Frank. Yeah, I'd like to get him on the show actually, but I'm not sure he's into the idea. He's kind of, I think he keeps on falling in and out of love with the music, right? So yeah, I might have to catch him on a good day one time and see if I can get him. Yeah,
good luck.
Yeah. So in 2009 you dropped another release called the Car Crash soundtrack, and that kind of blew up for you, right? That was a big one.
I mean, I don't remember if at the time it was, I mean, I really did that one while I was playing in Belgium and stuff like this. Actually, the track called Belgian Apocalypse, I did it in the living room of a guy who booked me to play. So I started it right in Belgium. That's why the name. And I don't really know if that one made. I mean, I don't remember that time actually. To be honest.
Okay. So
but, I had fun doing it. For sure.
And you said you got more gigs and you didn't even know how to play. So how were you playing? What were you doing? What was your weapon of choice?
I mean, that one thing has not changed since the beginning. My first goal was to be a punk band by myself. That has always been my catchphrase. I go on stage and stuff happens. I mean, I don't judge anyone pressing play and dancing behind the computer. I mean, I just don't like to watch it, but I don't care that people are doing it. But as I come from metal, I really wanted that, to do something live and to really be active on stage. And so I think the first live set I did was like no sync, like zero quantization. And I'd sliced a bunch of my tracks into smaller pieces and I was playing that back on pads on a MPC type of controller, which was a nightmare. I mean, it was just terrible. No sync at 200 plus BPM is not a good idea when you don't practice 10 hours a day, which I was obviously not doing. And so yeah, it was quite bad. And then I discovered I can quantize stuff. Interesting. And so made it a bit easier. But yeah, finding the right balance when you want to play live as an electronic musician, I think it's really one of the hardest things, because there's no rules at all. You can do whatever. You can do as much as little. And it's really hard to find what suits you and what makes you have fun on stage, I guess. But also I discovered that I really liked to play live. That's also one of the main thing, I guess, because I could have not liked it and be kind of so disappointed by the first times because I mean, when I walked out of stage from my first show, I was like, I'll never do that again.
Yeah, it's a quick learning curve, isn't it? When you fuck up on stage, you're like, oh, I'm not doing that shit again, and make sure that's not happening again. Right? We've all been there. Fucking hell.
But the worst thing is that I don't remember that people were mad about it. People seem to have a great time anyway. So
that's the case a lot of the time, right? As a performer, the microsecond things that you notice to do with your set, most of the people on the dance floor, they don't give a fuck. They're just like, whoa, like, you know. It's but that kind of obsession with getting it absolutely perfect is what drives us, right? So yeah. So 2009. 2008, sorry, you got this big break. Then 2009, 2010, you gaining momentum, I guess. You got motivation because you've got outputs for your music now, and you're starting to be recognised. Being on Peace Off is obviously a great fucking stake in the ground to start from. Did that change the way that you were making music? How are you evolving at this time?
And no, I don't think it really changed. I mean, apart from, I mean, you know, I think this is true for most electronic music, not only breakcore, but you're always a bit influenced by the label where you are going to release the music. So when I started, because for example, the Car Crash soundtrack was on Structural Damage, if I remember well, which was a label that I didn't knew about before. So I felt pretty free to do whatever I wanted. But the tracks that I sent on Peace Off after when Frank started the Piece of Digital thing, which I think were the two, I mean, there was the Lucky Strike EP and the Virtual Civil War EP, if I remember well, that were the two that I've released at that time with Frank in digital. And those were, I was basically sending him tracks that in my mind fitted the label, the most hardcore ones, basically the ones with lots of screaming samples and lots of guitars, lots of kick drums, lots of breaks. I mean, the Piece of stuff, basically. And I think that the fact that he was the platform to release stuff at that time made so that I sent him mostly dance floor-ish tracks. So it fed the thing of having more gigs and stuff like this. But I never really cared myself about like, oh, let's do a dance floor track today. I was mostly like just doing tracks, like, yeah, for fun and sending what I thought would be good for Peace Off.
Yeah. And then in 2011, you sent me a track here, and you said this was the first track that you did that you were really proud of technically, and that you played every time live for ages, and that's Fight the Right Way. Yeah. So I'll play that, and then we can talk about that afterwards.
Sure.
And I've got a cue point for this because you particularly wanted to play the end, so I'm going to start this a little bit into the track.
Because it's a long one. So.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Really cool.
Awesome. So you were particularly proud of this one, and rightly so. You can tell the evolution in the music. What did you change?
Less samples.
Yeah.
I mean, just a few. I mean, yeah, I guess this one, it ticks the box of the. I mean, it's like we said, for joking a little bit in the chat with Rene, like, is it true Breakcore though?
What is Breakcore? That's going to be in the Q&A at the end. You know that.
Of course. But I mean, this one, for me, this one is more of a hardcore track with shitloads of with way too much edits, and the dangerous side of Breakcore, in the sense that it's kind of constantly morphing into something, and then it's changed brutally to another thing, which is still a bit what it was before, but not really. And I mean, that's what I like about this track, and also the fact that this one is about 6 minutes long. It's a long track. I remember that I felt very happy when it was done. I was like, yes, I did something right with this one. It tells a story. It has power. I really, it's one of the tracks that every time I listen to it again, even though I don't listen to it that much, I don't play it that much. I will play it for the next shows. It gave me the motivation to play it again.
Nice.
But
nice.
Yeah, I think it's less just brutal or just silly as some of the earlier stuff that I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
It has more, peaks and trough, like you said, Greg, for another track in the New Blood stuff. It has peaks and trough, and it has movement in it.
Yeah,
more
you're
than
finding
just
your structure, aren't you? You're kind of like starting to understand like how. I guess just by doing music, you start to learn music theory. You kind of learn about structure and stuff, and the more, as the years go on and you make more and more tracks, you start to understand. And especially if you're playing this stuff live, and or kind of performing or whatever, you kind of work out what works and what doesn't work and stuff. And these things they end up going into your productions and stuff, right? You kind of like, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, you learn to kind of create these like pockets of things that have a good impact and stuff like that. And,
sure.
And then it becomes about working from how you get from there to here and the transitions between them and keeping them interesting and controlling the flow of energy, isn't it? So through the crowd. Really cool.
Yeah, really cool. So how was your life evolving alongside your music at this point? Because I mean, you started this quite young. You got a big break quite young, and now suddenly this is really starting to fucking take off. How did that impact the rest of your life? Did you already have plans for a career or something like that, and this was taking over? What was going on in your world at this time?
I think, okay, so this was 2010, 11?
11.
We said 11. So,
Yeah.
So as it was released in 11, it was probably done in 2010. And at that time, I was living in Lyon. Okay, so at that time, it was when I moved to Lyon. And my goal was to make more music, but I also didn't want it to work only in music at the time, because I mean, getting a food job in music at that time for me, as I was out of sound engineering school, would have meant work for event type of companies, basically, like loading and unloading
or
trucks
being
of stuff.
Exactly.
And installing giant stages for terrible music that I ate. So I decided not to do that. And I got a very stupid job, which was a phone call center, which was no selling, because I would have been terrible at it. It was only like asking questions, survey. And so the plan was get a shitty job that paid the bills and make music. Basically, that was it. And see how far it would go. And that job was great in the sense that even though it was a shitty job, the people working there were really nice. The boss was really nice, and she was really like, okay, sometimes there's no work, so you can do the same. Sometimes you can just fuck off and come back whenever you want. And so it was actually, there was a lot of other musicians in that company, because it was quite a small thing. It was not a big company, and it was quite. It has a sort of family spirit to it, and so there was a lot of grindcore people there, because they knew that they could fuck off for the weekend and play the shows and get the Monday off to recover and go back to work, which is basically what I did as well. Every time I went to a show, I told them, "Oh, this week I'm going to play at a festival called Bangface. I'll take 2 days off." And so it was fun. And also it was the time where I started to do mastering as well, because basically mastering was one of the thing where I was like, okay, so that work, that phone call work, I could kind of choose my hours, and I did not want it to do too many hours, because after that you're kind of burnt out. You don't want to make music after spending 4 hours calling people.
Yeah.
So I was trying to work as less as possible there, but still keep going there to pay the bills. And I started to do the mastering stuff on the side to bring a bit more money, because my thought at the time was just it was mostly compilations. There was a lot of compilations in the breakcore scene at that time, and all the compilation sounds were just all over the place. You really had to constantly add the end on the volume knob at each change of tracks, because it was nonsense. And I was like, okay, I can help with that. And even though I didn't add any gear or any particularly good speakers or whatever, I had the trainings of basically just how to listen, or where to try to find what's wrong or what could be improved, just in order to make it fit on as many systems as possible. Because that was my main problem when I was starting out. It was like you make a track and you're like, oh, it's great, and you make it listen to someone else in a car or whatever, just like, oh wow, that's only bass.
Go do the car test, right?
And so I started to do mastering stuff at that time.
And you started to tour a lot more, right? You got like a lot more bookings, like 2012. I was looking.
Yeah, probably. I think 2012, 13, 14 were the highest, the highest years. Also, the moments where I played the most shows far away. I think it was 2014 that I played in Tokyo, which was like, wow, I played in Tokyo. That's I check.
Yes, done that too. That was a huge check for us as well.
Yeah, big time.
Awesome. So 2013, you also made the Drunken DSP track, which I've got here to play. I'll put this on now, and we can talk about that afterwards. Let's go. Really nice.
That was really cool.
Really
Leveled
cool.
up again.
Yeah,
It's nice to hear this every couple of years, and you kind of go, "Oh, that was good."
And there's new elements coming in, like the acid lines starting to appear, and more IDM kind of influences coming into your tracks.
Definitely.
Did you buy a 303?
No, this one, as I said in the chat, all the acid stuff in this one are from tech diffs that gave me a bunch of free reactor patch that he made. And one of them was an emulation of the SH101 where he sampled his own SH101 for the waveforms. And then I think he designed the filter in Reactor or something. And it made it a Reactor patch with the interface of the SH101, like a shitty picture, a super low-res picture where you could move the fader on it. And I've used that so much. And so there's no 303 in this. It's just basically all the acid is this stuff. And I think the bass as well and a few other stuff.
What happened to Tech Diff? Is he still around?
I think last time
I haven't seen him for years.
I played with him at the last Balter festival that I played, which was before my daughter was born, so 3 years ago or something like that.
Yeah.
And
he's still making crazy shit.
Yeah, he played a killer set. And
awesome.
But yeah, that track, I think I remember that I posted a short version of that track, the one we just listened. That was basically ending before it got into the very hardcore stuff. And the first comment, or one of the first comments, was, "Frank, this on vinyl, I want it." And I think it was the first one that settled the deal to make that record, the Chaos Propaganda one, which is I think the best thing I did in the hard breakcore kind of thing. I mean, in the art stuff, it's probably one of my favorites.
Shit. So, as alongside the Peace Off stuff, you actually started to work more closely with Murder Channel in Japan, following your visit there, I guess. Tell us about that.
But Murder Channel, I was approached by Ume. I think it was a bit later than that, if I remember well. But yeah, I've always been a fan of Murder Channel as well, because it was also one of the other very great. It was the breakcore label from Japan, basically.
Yeah.
And I was listening to a lot of stuff there. So when he came to me as well, I don't think I've ever sent him demos. It's probably also him who contacted me, if I remember well, but it's blurry. It's a long time ago. And I was very happy about it. I was like, yeah, sure. And also the fact that he was making CDs was something that I was attracted to, because I still buy CD now. I'm a weird, I know. But I have a CD player in the car. So and so it was cool to connect with those guys as well. It was great to meet him when I went to Tokyo. It was not for a Murder Channel party that I went to play there, but it was the occasion to meet with him. It was great.
Yeah, good guy, and he's really done his thing to support the culture over the years, and with the books and all of that kind of stuff as well. Really,
books were awesome.
Yeah, you can tell he really cares. It's like a project of passion, you know. It's really, really cool. Really cool. So I guess I'm fast forwarding a little bit here, but you, in 2016, you created your alter ego, your alias, Repeat Eater, right? Hello? I can't hear you. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. It seems my connection is getting weird.
No, I think we all went a bit weird then, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I said 2016 was the start of your Repeat Eater alias. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about that.
Well, look behind me.
And that's just that's just the small corner in the studio.
No, I think it was around, I don't remember exactly the year, but I started to buy hardware synthesizer, and I have a big problem stopping. But yeah, and so when I started to do that, I felt that connection again that I had a bit lost with the computer. I mean, working so much on the computer, at some point I was having trouble to find ideas because I kept going back on the same kind of routine and the same kind of edits. And as also because it was starting to work a bit more, I had a bit more money on the side. I was still doing the job though, the phone call stuff. And so I decided that I would try to buy some synthesizer and see how I would get along with this. Because during that period, I was just not playing bass at all. I didn't have a bass guitar for years. And so when I had the first one, it was not this one, but another Moog. And when I got it, I was like, oh yes, I was really missing that interaction with an actual big piece of metal and plastic or whatever, but something that you touch and it makes sounds right when you touch it, and whatever you do with your hands makes something happen. And then it was the beginning of the addiction, and don't fall into mayhem. But, and so yeah, and Repetitor is actually a fun venture because it's having this kind of hardware, and I started to understand a bit more why people liked techno, because for a long time I couldn't stand techno or electro or that kind of stuff. I was really only into the hard and weird stuff, and using synthesizer kind of opened me, and drum machines and stuff like this, it kind of opened me back to the more minimalist and repetitive stuff. And by understanding a bit more how it was done, it gave me the will to listen to it a bit more, to the point that I started to make some myself, just because sometimes you just plugged a few machines together, you press a few buttons, and you're just like, okay, this is great. I'm having a great time. I'm just going to record that, and this is a track. And that's the great thing about this, is that it really gave me some a parallel activity that's basically the opposite of doing breakcore, which is edits, more edits, consolidate all the edits to edit them more, and you see what I mean. And so doing that kind of very opposite way of working, and still having fun and still making tracks, was very big thing. I think if I hadn't had that side project, I would have probably done something different, but would have probably stopped doing that level of breakiness, because I was tired of the computer side of things.
And around the similar time, you started teaching as well.
Teaching was a bit later.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think. What year are we right now in the
2016, and you established Electric Voyage Studio.
Yeah, I think I started teaching around 2018 or 19.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't remember exactly. So it was a bit later.
Okay.
Not that much later, but
maybe my research is a little bit inaccurate.
No, I mean, I'm also very bad with dates. I mean, so maybe you're completely right.
So, you keep on expanding the things that you're doing, but one thing that I noticed when I was looking through your discography and your achievements was that you haven't had any slowdown in anything. It just keeps on going. And you keep on going wider and further and more. How are you maintaining that much output all the time? Have you got a very particular workflow, or are you finding it easy to just get what's in your brain out? How does it work for you?
I mean, at some point also I stopped at having a day job, a normal day job, when I started teaching, basically, and so at that point, you're just like, okay, so now I have more free time. I have more time to do just music or music-related stuff.
Yeah.
And so I just use that time, I guess. I don't have. I'm bad at workflow. I don't have a specific workflow. Every time I try to make templates or stuff like this, I get very bored of this very quickly. So I prefer not to have any template, and I need to start from scratch all the time. This is also why I like modular stuff, like the completely modular equipment, like those, for example. You just need to make all the connections. When there's no cable, there's nothing going on, and you have to make it. And while you're making it, you get ideas, and you're just like, okay, let's work with that. And I like this. Let's record it, make something out of it. And basically, I went back to something more studio-like. The studio is the instrument. The computer is the place where you record and edit the stuff. But I got to the point where I have obviously way too much gear, but I have lots of stuff that I can play with to generate ideas and use them in tracks. But to be fair, I really slowed down on the writing tracks things since a few years. Because
in the more recent years, you mean? Yeah.
But for example, like the last release as Stazma, which is the one on Grey Meta.
Yeah.
Carrying Too Much EP.
Really cool.
Really cool.
Oh, thanks, man.
I like them. Yeah.
But this one, I think the most recent track that there is on it was made at least 4 or 5 years before the release.
Oh wow!
So they're pretty old.
Okay.
But I'm actually doing a few more tracks right now. It's been a long time that I haven't been on it. And I'm also doing a lot of collaborative stuff. I've been doing more collaborative stuff actually.
And how do you find collaborating versus working solo?
I mean, for example, in the electronic stuff, either I think you need someone to lead the thing. And in the most recent project that I have with a friend, which is Locom, I don't know if anyone, I will write it in the chat. Go check it out. Lovely, lovely person, lovely music. I've released a few of his stuff on my label, Concrete Collage, and I've played with him a bunch of times. He basically sent me a few tracks, just asking me what I thought about them. And one of them was a very jungly track, but with all the synth being very weird FM kind of tones, very cold and very metallic thing. And the mix between the kind of rolly, jungly side with that metallic things, I was like, oh, this is good. You should make more of that. And he made a few more. And then I was like, okay, you know what? Make as many as you want, but don't go too deep. And then you send them to me, and I will pick up where you left and just add what I think should be added. And then I send it back to you, and you finish them. And basically, we've done that. So it's almost done, this one. No idea when it's going to come out, though. But this was a fun project. And basically, we kept all the thing being like, okay, it's weird jungle, and the only kind of synth allowed are FM synth.
Wow, nice.
And at the moment, I like to work with weird ideas like this. Like the next release, the next thing I'm planning, it's actually, let me try to find again the name of the label. It's a label from London, which releases only tapes and mostly weird, abstract noise drone things. And they asked me for a release on tape. I was like, oh yeah, it's good occasion to motivate myself. Give me a deadline and motivate myself to do something.
Yeah.
And because I had this in mind, where is that label? Let me find it. Under My Feet, it's called. Yeah, Under My Feet. And so yeah, the plan for this is to make a drone album, like weird, very drone but jungle at the same time, which doesn't make any sense, and this is why I find it to be a very interesting thing to pursue.
So, and I mean, 2017, I'm just moving back onto the timeline, you had a bunch of stuff come out. You had the Mediterranean
Yeah.
Mediterranean EP on Prospect Revolt with the Data Eater track, which was a huge track for you.
Yeah.
And you had the Repeat Eater, the Sloppy Disc, which I think is a fucking brilliant name, by the way. And it just continued this trajectory. And then in 2018, you decided to start your own label, Concrete Collage. And the name Concrete, you have some brilliant names, by the way, just putting that out there. Concrete Collage is also a great name. But why did you decide to start the label? What were the reasons behind that?
The label thing was quite funny. It's I have a good friend in Lyon, Umwerk, which is the guy I made the label with. I will also leave the name in the chat if you want to go check out this guy. He doesn't make a lot of tracks that are all crazy good.
Oh,
but
OBS is
never
disconnected.
finished them. What?
I have a little disconnect.
Ah, okay.
Are you still there, chat?
We good? Yep.
Hey.
Chat.
Chat's still there.
Hello, chat. I got a confirmation. It's reconnected. Okay. We continue. Yeah.
And also, basically, we hadn't seen each other in a while with my friend Umwerk, and we bumped into each other randomly in Lyon in the street, and we said, "Oh, we should meet together. Oh, I bought some gears. Oh, I bought some gears as well. Blah 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 blah. Let's drink some beer." And then we are like, "Okay, let's just meet together and bring machines, and just record stuff or just play stuff first, and then we started to do that a few times, like every month or something like this. I don't exactly remember but yeah, we did a few sessions like this, and as we kind of really liked them, we decided to record them, and then I edited them, and we ended up having an album quite quickly, which was the Droideater thing. Because he was also, his main name is Umwerk, but he has a few other alias, and one of them is Acidroid. So we decided to combine Acidroid and Repeat Eater together. And we sent out that album to a few labels, and we either had no response or, oh, this is great, but we can release it in 2 years, all that kind of stuff. And we were like, okay, we don't want to wait. Fuck it. And the idea of starting a label was something that I had in mind for a while. So I told my friend Umwerk, oh, I have that in mind. I would like to make a label. So maybe we can do that thing as the first release of the label. And he told me, oh, I had the same idea for a while. So I was actually going to tell you that I had that planned. And so my idea was to call it Collage Records and do all the cover myself as collage, because I do also a bit of collage. And his idea was to make, what was the name? Concrete Consortium or something like this. And so once again, we smashed the thing together. Concrete Collage was the right combination, I think.
I like that artwork. Nice.
That's not my collage, this one, but it's this guy who made this artwork is really brilliant.
There's some good stuff. Is this the same? Are you using different designers all the time here?
Most of the artworks are either mine. This one is mine, for example, or Olivier Umwerk, or the artist. Some of the artists they just come with their artwork.
That looks like George.
This is George. This is definitely George.
You can see George's work a mile off. It's brilliant.
And yeah, the idea of the label was we do something just digital, just on Bandcamp, only Bandcamp, no streaming services, because I hate Spotify. And so the idea was only Bandcamp, and it basically we could do it without any cost, because I could do the mastering, and my friend or myself could do the artwork. So basically, we had no one to pay, and
everything is free, right? This is all choose what you pay.
At the beginning, it was not, but then we decided that it should be all pay what you want.
Wow.
In the sense that I'm a punk. This has to be clear, I think.
I respect that.
I mean, I download shitloads of stuff from Soulseek or whatever. When you want music now, if you don't want to pay for it, you're gonna get it. And so, if you have, I mean, why not just give it away? I mean, some people who want to pay it, they will pay it, whatever. Those who won't pay, whatever. So
It's the same with any kind of media, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. So if you want the music that's released on Coca-Cola, you can just have it. If you want to pay for it, you can pay for it.
That's cool.
Good on you.
Real cool. I'm putting a link in the chat, by the way, guys. If anybody wants to go and check that out, get themselves some free music, then head over. Don't forget to leave reviews because that kind of shit is what pays the bills in these kind of circumstances, right? Good feedbacks, good shares.
This one is funny. This cover, I made it with my daughter.
Nice.
I put the paintings on the paints on the paper, and she just went with her hand. She did that in like 1 second. It was like, don't touch it. I'm taking a picture. This is the cover.
Really cool.
Yeah. Some really good stuff in there, man. And in terms of the music, it's quite eclectic splatter of different things, I assume.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
It's really like no boundaries whatsoever.
Some really cool stuff in here. I'm gonna have a good dig through that tomorrow.
This one is particularly. It's one of the best things that we ever released. That one.
Okay.
By DAED. It's insane. Really, really, really crazy stuff. It's also one of the best selling one, which makes sense.
And tomorrow I'm
gonna joke.
I will need to just change something, but I can. Yes.
I mean, yeah. I'm curious now. I mean, we could have a listen after the show or whatever. But it'd be nice to check it.
See if I can do this, and then that doesn't work. Wait 1 second. I need to do some audio routing. 1 sec. I can do this.
Technical details.
So how many releases have you got so far on this? Julian?
I think on the catalog number, if we outside of the bonus things, it must be around 50 soon.
Wow.
We've been slowing down quite a bit, but in the beginning we were releasing like one thing a month or something like this. We were quite kind of crazy. Oh yeah, go ahead if you manage to play.
I got it. I got it.
The first one is pretty insane.
I was just reading I was just reading the reviews here in the Discord. You know, it's a good release when everybody's favourite track is different in the comments, right? There's, you know, that it's like solid. What's your favourite one on here? I'll blast another one out and we'll move on. Which one do you like the best?
I don't have a favourite. I think I really like them all. I have a hard time choosing.
I'm going to pick this one.
Pick whatever. Yeah.
stuff. So tomorrow I've got a bunch of housework to do and catching up on admin work. So I'm going to be listening through your label tomorrow. That's my my thing for tomorrow.
Take a bag of Ritalin and listen to that.
You know it, bro.
That was really cool. Kind of some of the synth work and kind of reminded me of Mike Paradinas.
Yeah.
But it has that obvious nod to Wiatr or X-Twin or Help kind of thing with those
really nice.
It's very nice melodies. What I like about that is that the amount of glitches and the amount of destructivism,
Destructivism.
Yeah, thank you guys.
That's pretty impressive for a non-English first language speaker. Yeah.
Somebody's saying in the chat, the stream sounds very echoey for me since 10 minutes. Refresh. The music playing now too. Can't hear the man speak. Okay, there's nothing playing at the moment. So playing music playing. It's echoey.
Have you done something when you were changing the stuff, changing the inputs, Joe?
I changed it back already. It should just be fine.
They're still in Bandcamp.
Have you cut the play or something to make sure?
There's nothing playing in Bandcamp. I would be able to hear it.
That's weird.
It's off now.
Okay.
No
there
more
was some
music.
kind of weird feedback loop going on then. Must have been.
It's the music itself.
Oh,
It made everything bug.
Oh, Joe's just spotted the feedback loop button.
Maybe. Oh, it's still sounding a bit weird. Now it's good. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to jump forward to 2018. I'm going to play a track. I'm going to test play a track, right, to see if it's working. I've gone back to how we were before. Still some music is over, but still it sounds like you in a tin.
It's probably your weird mic, Joe. Sounds a bit roomy, like.
Nothing else has changed. Okay. To me, the echo started before you played the 2 tracks. Weird. Some
That's
people
when you were
saying
trying to work out how to get the Bandcamp stuff to work, wasn't it? And you changed some setting.
I took that back off. I took all that off. See, everybody sounds like they're in a can, and some people are saying it's fine. Can everybody just refresh the stream?
Yeah, maybe if it's not everyone, it's probably an internet thing, like on the user hand.
Yeah, it's not us. It's all of you. It's the internet. Everyone needs to reboot their computers.
I'm fucking pranging out now.
Play a track. See if we can fix some stuff.
I'm gonna play a track. I'm gonna play Ripping Guillotine, 2018. Let's see what happens.
chaîne de 4,50 m rassemblée par une traverse, une lame en biseau à 45 degrés lestée d'un poids de 30 kg, une planche amovible permettant de faire basculer le condamné.
Okay.
French sample.
There's definitely something weird happening on the stream. I've just listened to it back, and it sounds a bit tinny, and like there's a bit of, like it's playing over the top of each other. Can someone in the chat tell me if the voices are better now? I haven't changed anything, but I'm just panicking now. I don't know what the fuck is going on, actually. It sounds like phasing.
You got two inputs going in. Must be. If it sounds like phasing, then you've probably got two of the same inputs going in somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
It does sound better. I just changed. I literally just routed one thing to another thing. So
it often happens to me on my audio interface because there's multiple inputs going to multiple outputs, and sometimes you by accident put something where there is multiple things going into another thing, and then it's all together.
Is it
makes
just
that same kind of sound?
When I listened to the music, it sounded like the music was a little bit off as well. I don't know, guys. I'm at a loose end with that one. So tell us about this release anyway. Tell us about the thing with Skull Vomit in 2018.
This one was also a bit of the same kind of collaboration, like I talked earlier about the thing that I'm doing with Loco. It's really like, it's Tony that came to me, was like, I have those tracks. No, I think he had. No, let me remember. I think he had one track, which has this one.
I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it. Sorry.
Cool. No problem.
Guys, could you just tell me that that's fixed now? I've worked out what it was. I had something up. Yeah, I fixed it. Right. Woohoo! Thanks.
Great.
Yeah, I unmuted the desktop audio in OBS, and that gives a duplicate signal and causes that thing. Right. And we continue. Okay. Sorry,
Good.
guys.
No
Sorry. Right, go ahead.
So this one, Ripping Guillotine, was him. He had that one already, mostly done, and he sent it to me so I could do whatever I wanted with it. And I did the same thing with him. I had one thing that I had started, which was the other one, the Bastardized, which I had started but didn't know where to go with it. And so I sent it to him, and he screamed on top of it and added lots of great stuff. And so yeah, it was really quickly done, this one, if I remember well, because we just had. I mean, I really had so much fun.
I was really enjoying the intro, and I was like, I wonder what Tony did on this. And then all of a sudden he goes, Ripping Guillotine! I was like, oh, there he is. Hello.
Actually, all the intro is him. I just added a few clickety amens, tiny clickety things. But it's mostly all him. Yeah.
Wow, really cool.
The only thing that's almost only me in this one is the end, actually. The guitar riff. Right. I played the guitar. And I did the acid stuff, and the ending is mostly my part.
Interesting. I thought the intro sounded much more like you, and then like the middle section with all the kicks was sounding much more like him.
This is fun when you get unexpected things like this.
Yeah.
Shout out to Radio Bomb joined the chat. He says, "Hello, hi Julian. Good to see you here."
Hello, man. I don't know why I'm trying to answer in the chat, but I just can just say hello like this.
So I'm going to play the other track off that release. This is my personal preference from this release. And also I feel obliged to do it now because we haven't got phasing happening. You guys didn't hear it, but I listened to it on YouTube while that was playing and it didn't sound good. So I'm going to play the other one to make good my mistake, all right? This is Bastardized. Awesome stuff, man. I fucking love that one. I played that at Dominator, and I played in 2018, 2019. I can't remember the year, but yeah, that came out of the left field. I was not expecting it. I think Luke played it on a podcast, or Luke played it somewhere, and I was like, what is that tune? Just, you know, when you get one and it's like, boom, straight in the set, and like it was the day after or something. Yeah. Wicked track, man. Wicked.
Yeah, I remember that Luke mentioned us in something like a sort of the best hardcore tracks of that year. And he was like, okay, and he just basically only listed completely way out stuff, like only weird stuff.
Yeah, that's Luke, though, right? He loves that stuff.
The good stuff.
Yeah,
that's no one's going to mention.
Yeah, he loves the left field. He exists in the left field, right?
That's why we love him as well.
Yeah, exactly. So in 2019, you did 10 years of Stazma.
Yeah, this was fun as well.
And with the tagline, Breakcore is dead, right? Wasn't that one of the marketing lines that you used for it, or something like? I remember there being posts and saying
the Breakcore is dead thing, and that I was the resurrection. I think it comes from Hash, from Very Speed, but I'm not even sure
really?
if it's him who got.
He's in the chat, so.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I don't remember that from the promo thing, but it's possible actually.
I seem to remember something like that.
I love. I'm proud of the name of the compilation, the 10 years of breaking things. I think it was,
and that was like a retrospective, right? It was like every yeah.
Especially when you listen to the first tracks, the early ones that are really just like sample, breaks, a bit of sample.
And you toured that as well in quite widely, right, across Europe and Japan as well.
And I didn't do Japan for this one.
You didn't? I'm sure.
No, it was after. Okay. Japan was in 2014. I did it only once, Japan.
Oh, okay. My bad. I must have read something wrong
then. But yes, I think I did quite a bunch of gigs for this one. But I don't remember exactly. I never really toured, in the common sense, but I don't think it really exists in our field. I mean, it's not like rock bands. We are not like making an album, and I did that once with Le Crabe, which is one of the great other French Julian weirdo breakcoreists.
Yeah.
And once we did 6 gigs in 6 days, and it was. I don't recommend it. I mean, I would do it again, but probably a bit less strong on the party side. But it was intense.
It's easy to say that after the fact, right? I should have gone a bit slower on the party side. Yeah, we all say that nearly every weekend.
Yeah, but when it's 6 days in a row and that you have to drive to the next gigs, the day after, on the third one, you're like, okay, we seriously need to get it slow tonight.
Yeah.
And of course you don't.
Of course. Well, because you have to get back out of feeling like shit, right? And there's only one way to do that, in the short term at least. Yeah, that's a slippery slope, brother. Next track that you sent me here in 2020 is Stern.
Ah, yeah.
Let's play that. So this is taken from the Shapeshifter release, which has a fantastic artwork, and this was actually a real sculpture.
Yeah.
Wow, cool.
Oh, you have it there.
Wow, there's one I prepared earlier.
Say, this way. Say hello,
Nice.
Shapeshifter.
It's really, really cool. I was just looking at the page of Teddy Ross, who actually made that.
Yeah. Lovely dude. Really cool.
Load of cool stuff over here.
I actually made actually we connected because he's a big fan of Breakcore, and he is a teacher. He's a sculpture teacher. And at some point, he contacted me to ask me to do the mastering for the music of the intro music of his webpage or something like this. And he basically just offered, like, if one day you need a cover, just hit me up. I'd be happy to do something.
Oh, wow, that is, you grab that, catch that ball, don't you? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. And then basically the Shapeshifter started with the cover. It started with just the back, which is the drawing.
Yeah.
And the drawing was already pretty good. But then it was like, could you sculpt it? I was like, this will be hard, but I can do it. and then like, okay, now that it's sculpted, can you paint it to make it look like it's an actual living thing?
Then
it was. I mean, I don't think I would ever have the courage to make such a complicated artwork project again, because this is again something that basically it's released on Concrete Collage, which means it's basically an auto production thing. So I had no budget for it or whatever, and in the end, the amount of effort that went into that artwork was pretty insane.
Yeah,
and
sometimes we pay the price for trying to create something special, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
no, I'm really happy that I did. I'm just not sure that I would have that courage again. Well, probably I will at some point.
I really, even like the line drawing is really nice, and of course that applies itself to a shirt. Oh, you did a shirt, yeah.
Yeah, I need to make more because it's sold out since ages.
That's
the
really
vinyl
nice,
as well, but the vinyl it's a bit more expensive than doing the shirts.
Really, really nice. And so, and what about the music on this release? What was the vision here? Did you see did you have the art, the model first, or did that come separate? What was the order, and how did it all fit together?
I think it started. I mean, the idea of the shapeshifting thing came quite early because I felt that it was pretty different from what I did before. It really has the breaky side, but it's much more. It's much less hard and much less danceable. It's really like Gemma said in the chat. It's brain tingling. That was mostly the thing. Like make music that scratches your brain, and also it's a bit the start where the repetitor side of things got very into the Stazma thing as well, because basically everything you hear in there came out of a synthesizer. And apart from the few breaks, of course, but it's mostly synthesizer music with lots of edits and added breakbeats, basically. And so it was very different from what I did before. Before it was mostly computer, and then adding synths on top, where this one was built around the modulars and analog synthesizer and stuff like this.
Yeah.
And it was really, I mean, I'm actually still very surprised that I consider it to be the best release I've made. And it's actually one of my only album as Stazma. I never managed to make that many tracks in a row and put them into a long format. But I'm really proud I did it. I'm very happy how it turned out. I mean, I think it's the only record that I made on Concrete Collage that sold out. I mean, a vinyl.
Yeah.
And it sold out pretty quickly. I was quite surprised about it. I should have repressed it before, because now I don't know if you know that, but in most of the press, the vinyl press plant, at some point they discard the matrix, the one
stamp.
disc.
Stamper. Yeah.
And basically the week when I asked them to do a repress, it was like I would just throw them away like a month ago.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, sometimes they get worn, but sometimes they throw them away too soon. I haven't got any of the presses from the Oblivion ones. I'd have to do them again. And one of them, I've been asking for it for ages, and then they said, "Oh no, we haven't got it anymore." Okay. After I knew that they'd had it, and it's quite frustrating. I won't be working with them again. You after a while, you learn these are the kind of mistakes that you learn to get with somebody who's actually going to take care of that kind of shit. Yeah. It's just we live and learn, right? Shout out to Nori who joined the chat. Hey, buddy, nice to see you in there.
Hey there.
Good to see you last week.
Nice to see you, buddy. And I'll see you again at the weekend, probably. Well, definitely, actually. Okay, so that brings us up to kind of 2020, when you started Golden Fangs.
COVID.
Golden Fangs.
Golden Fangs. Tell us about Golden Fangs. Golden Fangs.
You can pronounce it whatever.
Golden Fangs.
Golden Fangs.
So Golden Fangs is pretty fun because that the guy basically it's a project where we are two in it. Oh, we were two, but now we have more. But it started with Tito, which is one of my best friends from Lyon, who is the guitarist from a very weird rock band, experimental electro rock bands from France that I was super fan of when I was in high school. Because he's like 10 years older than me or something. And so when I was in high school, they just released their first album, and I loved it. And when I went to Lyon, I met him quite early. I think I went to see them live or something on their second album, and we became friends. And at some point, as we both like our music, we were like, okay, let's try to do something together. And the first track we did, it's been released actually this year as well on vinyl. I forgot to send that to you. I will try to send it to you. It's on the Suck Puck compilation. Let me find that for the chat if anyone wants to check it out. And so yeah, the first track we did together, it's released on this vinyl, and it's more. We could see that it's really like we were searching each other. Basically, it's a Stazma track with a bit of guitar on it. Mm-hmm. But then we went a bit more into working together on the composition, less just me doing electronic stuff and him putting guitar on it. And so we did the first EP where that George did the cover for that we've looked earlier on the Concrete Collage page. And this one's really more hip-hop, like distorted hip-hop thing with lots of distorted guitars, not metal type of guitar, more like drony, ambient, weird, swampy stuff. Mm-hmm. And the sad thing about this project is that we really planned on making a tour with this setup, and it was COVID. Just when the tour was supposed to start, I think we had the lockdown just a week before the tour was supposed to start. So we canceled maybe like 10 gigs or something like this. Oh. And it was sad.
10.
It was mostly in France and in small locations in France.
Still,
but still, it was very disappointing.
Yeah.
And so after that, during COVID, we managed to get some not even free, some paid studio sessions where we were paid to go there and paid to be there because some of the cultural places in France, they had their budget during COVID, but they couldn't do any concerts or any shows. And so they had to spend that money.
Or else they don't get it next year, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's how the local government works.
They were doing like residencies and stuff like this. So we got into one of these things, and we made that album that I conveniently, even it wasn't planned at all, I conveniently have here. That's the last thing that we released. This one. And this is
the one that's just come out, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is probably one of the. It's impossible to play live, probably. But so we're probably never going to do it. But maybe one day, we never know. Because we just did 3 weeks ago a recording session for a new EP where we recorded 4 tracks in 2 days with nothing planned before, so it was quite good. With my brother one of my brother on bass and one of my best friends on drums, on top of us two. So it's going to be a fun thing. I haven't re-listened to the recordings yet, but I prefer to leave sometimes before I get back into it.
Yeah.
But it's going to be fun. Real drums is something that is really different than programmed drums.
Well, since we're on the topic, we should play something from the Golden Fangs.
Yeah, sure.
Take 2 Stones. Here we go.
Very nice.
Super
That was really
nice.
Thanks, guys.
Really
Yeah.
nice. And Yeah,
it's
go on.
the banger of the album. The other ones are weirder.
So
I like
Andrew,
the like dark jazz vibes, the kind of like going down that kind of twisty dark route. Really interesting percussion. Very cool.
It's really twisty and dark. The whole album.
as Andrew said in the chat, I was also listening, and when I read it, the way that the drums are programmed, they're just slightly out, and it just sounds really like, I said it before, organic. Like it feels like somebody's doing it, and it's rushed in the right places and behind, and it's just like it's kind of mesmerizing. It's got me like feels like I'm kind of doing some voodoo shit or something. Do you know what I mean? Like it's really, really nice.
I mean, the whole concept of this band, in a way, is that we don't write anything in advance, and we just show up one day, we make a track, and usually we start by one simple guideline. And I remember that one. We arrived at the studio in the morning, and my friend Tito just said, "Let's do some tribal shit today."
Yes. You know, it's going to be a good day when someone says that.
and there we go.
Really cool.
And Nori's just said in the chat, that's the way Burial also created Untrue.
This is I can't work that way for myself, but it's actually a really great way to make music.
Yeah.
I mean, we took one day to create the tracks. It took us like years to mix them, edit them, and whatever. But that's also a problem when you do everything by yourself, which is a blessing and a curse at the same time.
Yeah. So, what's next then, and what's happening now, Julien? What's going on with you at the moment?
Right now, so I'm doing that drone jungle thing that I'm trying to finish in the next month for the Under My Feet label. The most recent Stazma stuff was the tape. I have it. The Grey Meta tape, the Carrying Too Much EP, which I'm even though it. I don't know if I said it before, if it was off or, but yeah, these are quite old tracks, but I'm quite happy about them. And so I'm trying to make a bunch of new tracks, and I'm having quite a few shows in the next weeks as well, which is good. Before I probably take a break with the kid coming, and yeah, that's. At the moment, I'm really into making those new tracks, making lots of gear videos.
Yeah, so tell us about your YouTube video channel, because I'm aware of it, obviously, but some people might not be. So give us the pitch on that, because people might be interested to come over and check it out.
I mean, the idea was to occupy the time during COVID, I guess, as many people started doing YouTube channels during that time. And I mean, the first thing that I did...
Here we are. Still here.
The first idea was really that many people have asked me, I was doing my live show. And do I have a problem on the camera?
Yes, you do. But continue, I will deal with it. It's not you. I think it's...
Okay. It's not you, it's me, yeah.
I think it's... you continue, I'll see what I can do.
Okay. And so, as I had lots of questions about how I was doing my live sets, I was like, okay, now it's time to make a video about this because I have time to do it. So I started by doing this. And then, as I'm a big nerd about modular synthesizer, I started to review some of the modules that I had. And then it quickly escalated into manufacturers contacting me, being like, "Oh, we like your videos because you're not doing the same kind of music that everyone else does. So, do you want some modules to make videos?" and then having shitloads of more modules and keeping doing videos and and so it's pretty fun. I really like. I think it's on my hand, that video problem. Let me check on my phone.
Yeah, you're actually frozen in Zoom, so
frozen in time. Oh, there we go. Almost. No, stuck again.
This show is live, by the way. No pre-recordings here. No editing for content. If you hadn't noticed, 100% rough around the edges, zero fucks.
No, there we go.
So Gregory,
how you doing?
What are you doing this weekend?
It's bowlers. I'm in Manchester for Manchester Forever, so that should be fun. It's
Nice.
Yeah, loads of old school heads, and Dino's going. Breadman loves the UK crew, so it'd be nice to see some of those guys.
Wicked.
And got a couple of remixes of some classics to drop and stuff like that as well. So
Nice.
I think I'm back.
I give Flowers of Intelligence another spin as well.
Ooh, what, you've had another run at it?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Version whatever it is now, 136 or something. I don't know. 8 years in the running. Hello, you're back.
Hello, guest. Welcome to this place. So we were talking about the YouTube channel. Go ahead.
And so I basically just escalated it. Fucking hell, words. Escalated into me getting tons of free gears to make videos on them, and I realized that I quite enjoy doing that. Not just only to get get stuff for free, but really to discover new machines and bending them to the junglist weirdo or electro weirdo kind of things. And just having lots of fun doing this. And also I started to make sample packs for Patreon to make a bit of money out of this. I also have that sort of weird punk ethics with the YouTube channel, which is I don't want to get paid by any manufacturer to make videos, because I would consider myself being obliged to tell only good things about them, or to make them look good or whatever. I mean, I don't like that. So I prefer to make more stuff around that people can take if they want. So I made that Patreon stuff. So for every videos that I make a sample pack out of it, and I give it on Patreon for those who subscribe, which has been good so far.
Yeah.
And I'm paid to make a few videos because I know work for one company in particular, but it's a different thing. It's really like I make videos for their channel, for example. It's Schlappy Engineering for those who don't know. It's a very great and weird URAC module maker that is really into Breakcore. So this is basically how he found me. Basically, it's like, oh, I like your music, and I see you make music with modular. Do you want my modules? Yes, please.
Yes, I do. You've come to the right man.
And he became a great friend as well now. And I released his last release is on Concrete Collage as well, and I recommend you check it out because it's really good. It's really pounding stuff.
Awesome. I've put a link to your channel into the chat there. You should go and check it out, guys. Really, really cool stuff. Go and support Stazma, and even if you don't, give it a like, support. Go and stick a bunch of likes on his videos. It really helps. People don't realize how much it helps to get into people's algorithms, especially when most people are watching like really popular videos. Their feed just gets drowned with all of that. So every little bit we can get is really useful, especially when we're like niche within niche within niche. It's a little bit struggle sometimes, right? Okay, so I guess we're up to date with everything. I didn't play Protection from the Grey Matter release, so I'll close the interview on that. But before we do, I'd like to thank you for coming on the show.
You're welcome.
Obviously, the show's not over, but this interview section is. Really impressed with your momentum and passion for this stuff. You're really up there in the higher echelons, if there is such a thing, in Breakcore, and we're really happy to have had you on here. So thank you so much. Really cool.
Yeah, thank you for
Happy
all
to
the
be here.
for all the tunes and stuff, and yeah, it's always a pleasure to see you play live as well and go pretty crazy and do your thing.
Likewise, guys.
Respect, man.
Cool,
Respect.
cool.
So I'll close the interview on protection, and then we'll get into what's hot. If you've got any questions for Julian, get them ready because we'll do Q&A right at the end of the show. So we'll pick the best 5 questions if there's 5 good ones, and we'll go from there. This is Stazma Protection on Grey Matter. Nice.
Very cool.
Really, really, really cool. What a perfect close to the interview section.
I was about to say it's the art of subtle ending.
Yeah, it caught me out as well because I was reading something here. I was like, "Oh shit!" So next up, we have got our What's Hot section.
What's hot?
And I'm going to speed run this a little bit because I've got quite a few to get through here, and there's going to be some kick drums flying in because we haven't had many on this show. I'm starting off with Cancel Juggernaut. Let's go. Cancel there, that's Juggernaut, and that's being released on Cancel Tracks, and that's available now. There's a link to the track on Bandcamp in the chat. Next up, and keeping it slow and crunchy, this is DETEST and FURYAN with the REALEST.
they vanish in ashes with no name and no face.
Earlier on in the month, that's DETEST and FURYAN from DETEST's Death Grip EP, which came out on Thunderdome. Next up, we have an exclusive. This is the A1 track from the forthcoming Mindustries release, Take It Personal. Let's go. Exclusive. Pre-orders start tomorrow over at prospect.nl. Grab yours and don't miss out. Next up, Stormtrooper, Todesvogel, CAT-SCAN remix.
Jemanden zu Tode vögeln? wirklich jemanden zu Tode vögeln?
Awesome remix, part of a compilation, a series of compilations released on Thunderdome. I'm going to play this drop in homage to the original, actually. Here it comes.
Kann man wirklich jemanden zu Tode vögeln?
I created this world.
Alright, a bit of left field here. Next up, Dicky Dicky Dang from Passenger of Shit. Alright, that is Dicky Dicky Dang from the Capitalism release, recently out from Passenger of Shit. There's a link to that in the chat. Next up, Nanostorm and Embryonic with Set It Ablaze.
fan the flame.
Also, awesome stuff there from Nanostorm and Embryonic on Third Movement, recently released. Set It Ablaze. Two great tracks on there, well worth checking out and supporting. Next up, this is a favourite of mine. I had to play it. I do not stop listening to this at the moment. This is Ring Nord, Noisia, Sleepnet and Former with Wildflowers.
Feed me wildflowers so I can see what you see. Feed me wildflowers so I can see what you see. Feed me wildflowers so I can see what you see. Feed me wildflowers so I can see what you see. Feed me wildflowers so I can see what you see. Feed me wildflowers
absolute banger from Ring Nord, Noisia, Sleepnet, and former Wildflowers. Next up, Smiler, Frozen Heart, forthcoming Prospect. Lovely stuff from Smiler, forthcoming on Prospect. That's a 4-track EP, releases 7th of May 2025. Go and get your pre-orders in, guys. And last track on the New Blood today is brand new track from The Satan, forthcoming on Motormouth Records. This is No Way Back. You get questions ready in the chat, and we're going to be asking questions in a moment.
Fuck off! Get away now!
Right, that is the Satan No Way Back forthcoming on Motormouth Records. Sorry for ruining the vibe there. I played some drum and bass bits and some breaky bits and then came in with the big hardcore track at the end, so sorry about that. But it was there to play, so I played it.
DJ.
I just put them in BPM order and speed ran them. I didn't even think about it, honestly. I just went blub, blub, blub. It's done. So, yeah, that was not New Blood. That was What's Hot. Now we're into the last part of the show for questions and answers. So if anybody has any, then please get them in the chat. By the way, shout out to Skeeter. Saw you pop in, bruv. Didn't say
Skeeter.
hello. All right, Skeets. How's it going?
We'll find out. Maybe too far west for him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Questions. One from Nori. Random thought. Would you be willing to make a hardcore that may contain breakbeats track, like some UK hardcore? I'm not sure if you've done anything like this before.
I did. I will try to find it. And it was really, actually, it was the exercise. I was like, today I'm going to pay respect to one of my favorite artists, which is the DJ producer, and I'm going to make a track that will make him proud in a way. It was just for fun, but I don't remember where it was released originally. I'm going to find. I think it's on the 10 years of Breaking Things compilation. Is it though? I'm trying to find it. Yeah, it's this one, I think. Yeah. So this is one of the most hardcore tracks I did, and there was another one that I released on vinyl. It's still
so are you sending links somewhere, because they're not appearing in the chat? I'm not sure if you can post them there as a guest. Maybe send them to me and I will post them in there, because I can as the host.
Okay, here you go. Up. Did you got it into the Zoom thing?
I'll send it on WhatsApp if you can.
I can't, because I don't have my phone.
Okay, hold on. I got it. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Here we go. Boom.
There's another one, but I'm not sure where I can find it. It's called Robots, but I'm trying to find it right now.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this up on the screen in the meantime. Here you go, Nori. It's this melt.spc. Maybe I can play it real quick without breaking the whole fucking stream like earlier on. Output secondary. Let's try this. Does this work?
My cat's snoring.
Really? There you go, Nori. Yeah, pretty much all of Stazma's stuff is free on Bandcamp. Check it out. All of his label, all of his tracks, everything.
Actually, this compilation is one of the few that does not pay what you want, because the Murder Channel one, because it's on Murder Channel, and the Murder Channel one is paying, so I didn't put it for free on my own stuff. But you can probably find this one somewhere though.
Well, all right. No. Yo, put that one side.
There you go, Nori. You can check that out.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
Any other questions? Was the one from Luke Gurden that we didn't pay attention to?
I think it was who would I love to collaborate with? And I hardly have an answer because, I mean, there's too many answers. I'd love to collaborate with many people, I guess. But one realistic thoughts, which might seem unrealistic when you will hear the name, probably, but it would be Igor Cavalera from Sepultura, because he's quite a lot into weird electronic stuff. And for those who might not know, is one of his projects called Pet Brick is him on the drums and
funny name.
And so it's him on the drums, and the electronics is made by Wayne Adams, which is also known as Lady Scraper. So one of our
shout out to Wayne.
Wayne, if you ever see the show, big up. And I remember actually when he told me that, it was like, oh, I have a new project coming out soon. It's with Igor Cavalera on drums. I was like, the fuck? And actually, so this project has been one of my favorite things since it started. I love it. And I played with them at Bankface. It was 3 years ago. They killed me. The show killed me. And so it was a chance to talk with this guy, which has been one of my main influence in music in general. I mean, I'm a huge Sepultura fan since I'm maybe like 12. And so meeting the guy was like, and actually he was like, oh, I love what you do since a long time. I was like, what? Okay. Cool. So this is not so impossible. And I say that because I watched an interview of him yesterday, and I was thinking, I mean, he seems to be really into noise and really hardcore, not hardcore techno stuff, but really into weird harsh noise stuff at the moment. And I would like to do something with him in that kind of thing, like having this guy making weird harsh, weird noises and drums and making it breakcore would be a lot of fun for sure. That's my answer for today, but it's probably a question that you can ask me that every day and I will have a new answer. But this would be a good one.
Okay, good answer. John Pert saying, one for all three of you, do you have a favourite set of your own that you listen to, maybe from a gig or a studio mix that you've done? No, not regularly.
No. I don't like to record sets. I mean, I do sometimes for people because I know some people will be happy to listen to them. But for me, the live, especially as I play live, it's not the same thing as DJ, I guess. When you hear only the mistakes when you just listen back to it. When you play it, even if you make a big mistake, you usually don't give a fuck because it's on the moment and you can make it fun on stage that you made a mistake. Just I guess that's no one asked for it, but it's my main advice for people doing live show is you're sure you're good at it when you can fuck it up completely on stage and be like, okay, this is normal, just roll with it. Even like sometimes repeat the mistake to make it part of the set. This is when you get good at it.
Yeah. For me, I would tend to listen to something quite frequently, quite a lot, if I've recently made a podcast or if there's a recording come out of me playing at a party, then I would listen to it quite a lot in a short period of time. And then
you're not listening to enjoy it though, are you? You're listening to analyze it.
Well, scrutinizing it, yeah. But I mean, sometimes if something's gone really well, then I'll enjoy it and I'll get like a buzz off it because it was I can remember. It's giving me flashbacks of what actually happened and I'm replaying that moment in my head, which is quite nice. Also, it's also horrible if something goes wrong because you're like, oh, cringing so hard, your nuts are disappearing back inside your body, you know? But to answer your question, like it comes in peaks and troughs. I don't constantly listen to a set of my own all the time. No, absolutely not. No.
For me, there is one, but I have listened to it by by randomness in my hard drive, but it's a studio mix that I've made because I'm not a DJ at all. But I've made an arrangement of tracks in live. I don't remember when it was, but I think it was someone who asked me to make that and to showcase a lot of my favorite stuff. And I was quite proud of it because I managed to do something very weird with a lot of different music in it that kind of flows in a nice way. I'm going to try to find it again because I can find the.
Smiler's joined the chat. Hey man.
Yeah, hello man.
I played one of your tracks before. It was good, man. Any more questions while Julien is looking for things? Scientist saying, don't take everything for free on Bandcamp. Consider a tip appreciation. Absolutely agree. Sorry, I fumbled my words perhaps when I was suggesting that. Since we're not getting question number 5, go on, Nori. What are you gonna do? One more. Go on then, Nori. Oh yeah, sorry, Butterfist. Where's the best place to get breakbeat samples from?
I have no idea now because I still use the one that I found in 2008 or 7, I think. I just mashed them through weird gears now and reuse them, but it's basically still the same.
And what were those?
Uses. I don't even remember. Because they're all in different folders than they were originally now. So, but the one that I use the most are the classic Amel breaks, the Think break, the Odd Pants and stuff like this, like all the classic ones. But that you can probably find everywhere for free. My advice is more like, don't care the quality of the one that you find, just trash them out through whatever hardware or software and record the output of that and then use it again.
Yeah,
because that's how you make them yours.
Okay,
and you can make whatever yours by doing that, basically.
Skeeter, we're not going there. Sorry, I'm trying to understand Nori's question. The more breaks like Venetian Stairs or Stazma, the more quiet it gets. Is that what he's saying there? I'm struggling, Nori. Could you reword it for me, please?
Do you mean the mix downs?
Gade system is back. What is Breakcore?
It's you, Renee.
It's you, Renee. Oh,
Quiet
okay.
In his mind, okay. So the more breaks going on, the more it
more
calms his mental ADHD brain or something.
I have, definitely.
Maybe.
But are you asking why? Oh, okay. I don't know why, but I get it.
I don't know, dude. That's ChatGPT. That's what it's there for, right? To tell you answers like this.
Yeah. Have you ever done ghost producing for someone else?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Me neither. I'm not good enough.
Me neither. Surprisingly
no one will
enough.
pay me. No one will hire me.
I did some production for other artists, but credited as like I did the product. I mean, did the track for
you engineered it or something like this.
Raper or something like this.
Pardon?
You were the what? The what?
Rapper, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That was a close one. Right, we're tired. I think it's time to go before we fumble end up saying some shit we don't want to say.
Excuse my French.
That's no excuse. No means never mind. Right. Let me just make sure I've got this correct. Browser. Boom. Yeah, okay. So, end of the show. Julien, thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it. It's been
a pleasure.
An
Really
absolute
cool.
pleasure, brother.
Where are we going to see you out next?
Yeah. What's up next for you gigs wise?
So next week I'm playing in Berlin at Super Booth.
Awesome.
With not part of the Super Booth lineup, but part of, I think it's the 499 Reality crew or something. They have a tent with visuals, 360 visuals inside.
Nice.
And a sort of weird 360 table with people just coming in and out playing. It's going to be pretty fun, I think. So I have this Super Booth next week, and then the week after I'm playing in Marseille, which is always cool to play not far.
Close.
And with a pretty nice crew. So I think it will be fun. And the day after, Breakcore Give Me Wood and Mentality in Brussels with Rotator
nice.
and many other friends.
What day is that on?
It's the 16th of May. Yeah, 16. Makes sense? Yeah, 16th of May. 15 is Marseille, and I'm playing on the 10th of May on Super Booth.
Okay, I might come. I'll ping you a message. Maybe I'll come and see you. It's only down the road. I live near Brussels, so.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome. It would be nice to see you there.
Okay. Cool. What about you, Greg?
What's coming up next? Like I said, Manchester this weekend over there. Gonna see some friends, pop over to see my ma, and then chilling with some friends. A couple of weekends in May, and then Bolter, which should be the last Bolter ever.
I'm sad.
Doing a back. Yeah. It's going to be a good one, I think. Doing a back to back with Luke, producer, and Cobby Hellfish.
But by the way, last prospect.
Oh yeah,
Greg, you and Luke, you killed me.
That was fun, right?
It was insane.
Yeah, man, that was pretty cool. I love that fucking venue, man. I love that. Just it's special, isn't it? It's a special thing to do. So.
I have a memory from being in the backstage at some point and looking at you from behind, and you going harder and harder and harder and harder and harder to a point where I was like, no, they can't go harder. Oh, they just did. It was awesome.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you. It was really cool.
That was good.
I had to say it.
Thank you. Cool. And then then we're into June and festival season and all that stuff. We got coming up Harmony.
Season, it's coming.
Yep. Harmony, and then DEF CON, Jeff Con, Left Con, God knows what. And then all those. July, Dominator. Dominator's going to be a good one. And
showing off now. You're showing off now. We only wanted to
No,
know
I'm not
till
playing
next
all
show.
those. I'm just saying all the names. But there's going to be some good ones. Maybe I'm playing.
Wicked.
But anyway, it's good. Cool.
All right. Thank you. We need to do a thumbnail before we go. So we need to do some smiley faces for the thumbnail. Right, there you go. There's Jay happy. There's the thumbnail. And to close the show, we only felt that this one felt right because it just came out with something different.
Oh, did you get it through?
Yeah, I managed to get it through. So we're going to play Igor with ADHD, which has just dropped. So
if you haven't seen this is quite wonderful.
Indeed.
So, indeed. Wonderful.
Take care,
Thank
everybody.
you, everybody.
Thank you for tuning
All the
in.
best.
See you next
Thanks,
time.
Julian.
Bye.
All the best.
Thanks,
Au revoir.
Julian. Cheerio.
Bye-bye.